The member for Exuma and Ragged Island has the floor. The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just before I continue on my remarks, I want to just recap briefly the points made previously. I strongly believe there ought to be at least three amendments to the bills. Firstly, the funds ought not go to the consolidated account. Secondly, the bills must provide for notice to customers. And thirdly, I'm of the view that there ought to be equal treatment irrespective of the amounts. Further, Mr. Speaker, we are concerned as to
500.
Notice.
500 and less.
Notice was the second one. We are also concerned, Mr. Speaker, as to whether the bills offend Article 27(2)(1, and this will be examined later. We suggested that the government look at the UK, the USA, Ireland, Japan, and Canada to see how they handle these matters. We suggested that we examine the dormant account definition and also whether the safety deposit box guidelines is an actual overreach. And Clause 9B of the Central Bank Amendment, which seems to absolve the government of liability even if they are incorrect in their application or approval of a claim. Mr. Speaker, as we discuss dormant accounts, there are many pressing issues that face our citizens. In a similar vein, banking fees remain a major issue, a sore point for consumers. We pretend that we're looking at this and that we've had meetings with the clearing banks and we've made grand announcements claiming that they look at lowering those fees, but nothing tangible has happened since the government has made these announcements. Maybe the Prime Minister can order a probe on this as well, in line with all of the other probes that's been ordered. The same thing can be said with predatory lending, Mr. Speaker. Our Minister of the Environment, the member for Marathon, called out the houses of predatory lenders for the people's lackluster response to and the inability to qualify for the government's affordable housing program. These were government employees who couldn't qualify. This is because, he said, that predatory lenders have been so egregious. Now, mind you, I warned also that the ill-thought-out housing program would not attract the traction that was hoped for. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of predatory lending, there is a suggestion that the government must start at home to implement and enforce limitations to percentages of salary deduction for government employees who are being effectively abused for profits by some institutions. That for now, these institutions will remain nameless, but they specialize in signing up low-income government workers for high-interest loans. Once we get on the proverbial spinning wheel, we never get off. We begin borrowing to pay the loan. And imagine, if you will, a single mother of three taking home $36 per month. And then imagine the dramatic, vexing consequences to this household. The practice is ruining lives and leads to many social ills. In this House, I previously recommended that the government, the Central Bank of the Bahamas, and the Clearing Bank Association engage to resolve many of these banking issues. I explained right here in this place how at least one of the major financial institutions lend for trivial pursuits, furniture, cars, and travel, but seem to frown on lending for reasonable homes and business loans. This practice, in my view, irresponsibly preys on government workers, overextending them, blocking them from borrowing for more meaningful things by driving up their debt service ratios, thus perpetuating poverty. When they are maxed out, I am told, they rope in their adult children to co-sign, zapping their financial future long before their life even begins. I mentioned before the practices of many of these institutions. that they must be reviewed, and we have a responsibility as legislators to do so. Yet we do very little, but we label oftentimes Bahamians as complainers. In any event, I hope that the focus that has been put on this issue, as the agenda of this government aimlessly meanders, will soon be put on the issues that impact the Bahamian people. I hope that while we sit here dealing with issues that really are not exigent to the Bahamas and the Bahamian people, that someone somewhere is working on something that will grow the economy and bring relief to the many struggling in this country. As I close, Mr. Speaker, and as we bemoan the state of the economy and the state of banking, I trust that this government will find time on its agenda somewhere, somehow, at some point, to address the many vexing issues facing Bahamians. Creating an economic model with a vision to encourage Bahamian ownership. 2, launching a national saving and investing campaign to hopefully quell a burgeoning debt crisis amongst the poor and the middle class. 3, crafting workable plans to mitigate the cost of living, including the cost of electricity and the cost of food. 4, naming an ease of doing business czar to wade through much of the bureaucracy in our system and procedures to make a worthwhile bid for the Bahamas to become a hub of substance for international business. 5, developing strategies to tackle long-term structural unemployment, reducing the misery index of the poor and the middle class. These are issues, Mr. Speaker, that will feature front and center on the strategic agenda of the next PLP administration. I thank the people of Exuma, the people of Exuma, Keys, and Ragged Island, and again, I thank the people of Bahamas for affording me the opportunity to speak on their behalf on the dormant account issues and issues impacting them as Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, these are grave issues of national importance, and I highlight them once more for the record. Creating an economic model with a vision to encourage Bahamian ownership. 2, launching a national saving and investing campaign to hopefully quell a burgeoning debt crisis amongst the poor and the middle class. 3, crafting workable plans to mitigate cost of living, including the cost of electricity and the cost of food. 4, naming an ease of doing business czar to wade through much of the bureaucracy in our system and procedures to make a worthwhile bid for the Bahamas to become a hub of substance for international bodies, international businesses, and 5, strategies to tackle long-term structural unemployment. Mr. Speaker, whilst we believe that the central bank has gone to great lengths to adopt the bills before us in line with international standards and best practice, we do believe that there can be some specific amendments. And before we support this bill, we intend to move those amendments. And we invite the mover and the seconder and those on the other side to meaningfully consider the amendments that we will propose in the interest of the Bahamian people, in the interest of political maturity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rest on behalf of the people of Exuma and Ragged Island. We'll provide them to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a privilege to stand in this place to represent the people of Elizabeth. who have instilled their trust and confidence in me to represent their voices. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that something that could be so simple, so straightforward, could generate the type of partisan commentary that we seem to be hearing this afternoon. The Central Bank of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is an institution that has been around since 1974. It replaced the Bahamas Monetary Authority. The first governor of the central bank was no less than a Bahamian icon, T. Boswell Donaldson, and one of the first founding directors of the Central Bank of the Bahamas was my father. And I can recall when Queen Elizabeth came to open the central bank that I was physically present on that occasion. I had the subsequent privilege to serve as a director of the central bank almost 30 years later during the governorship of Wendy Craig. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the central bank, they deal with numbers. They are as apolitical as you can get. The responsibilities of the central bank include performing the traditional roles of issuing legal tender, maintaining the external value of the Bahamian dollar, promoting monetary stability and a sound financial structure, acting as a banker and advisor to the government, and compiling financial statistics. And so when you look at the issue of dormant bank accounts, this has been a matter that has been managed by the Central Bank of the Bahamas since 1989, more than almost 30 years ago. And the regime is clearly spelled out on the website of the Central Bank of the Bahamas. The law that deals with dormant bank accounts was introduced in 1989 and is now found in Section 20 of the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act 2000 and in Section 24 of the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act 2000. Also on the Central Bank website are benchmarks of multiple different countries. Exumas and Ragged Island would have asked whether or not we looked at the benchmarks for international peers. And indeed, if you were to go to the Central Bank website, you will find benchmarks of dormant account regimes across the globe. Indeed, the Central Bank would have proposed a revision of the dormant bank account legislation as early as May 2014 after a period of extensive public consultation. I believe that there was a different administration in power during that time. And so they would have put it out to public consultation. They would have asked for the opinions of the banks. They would have asked for the opinions of the financial sector, civil society, etc. And they would have printed a position paper that explains the legislation or the proposed legislation. The purpose of the legislation is very simple, and that is to protect the individual, because there are a number of people who forget about or lose track of their deposits. And if they were to lose track or forget about their deposits, it would be possible for the banks to take that money. And so what the Central Bank of the Bahamas recognized 30 years ago was that to protect Bahamians, the consumer, that they would have those funds transferred to the central bank. You don't need to believe me, Mr. Speaker. You need simply to go and look on the central bank website. They also stipulate in great detail the requirements of the commercial banks to attempt to locate and notify depositors of their dormant accounts. And it is spelled out in very great detail what the requirements are of the banks to make sure that they have made sufficient effort to contact dormant account owners. This is published under the Central Bank Guidelines for the Administration and Ultimate Disposition of Dormant Bank Accounts, which was published in 2014. Mr. Speaker, this requires that the banks go to great efforts in order to identify the last known address, telephone number, etc. of the substantive owner of a deposit. Now, we understand that many people will sometimes forget about an account. They may move. They may have an address that says general delivery. They may change their telephone number, etc. And so over the course of the years, a significant amount of deposits, as the most honorable Prime Minister and member for Kalani would have said, adding up to almost $88+ million in 42,000 accounts would have become dormant. The legislation that currently exists says that after a period of 1 year, that account can be determined to be dormant. By 7 years, the account, inclusive of cash, bullion, gold, silver, and certain other financial instruments, now have to be transferred from the bank to the safekeeping of the Central Bank of the Bahamas. It amazes me, Mr. Speaker, that we could talk about stealing when the word thieving was used, when the whole purpose of this legislation is to protect the consumer. When you look at the benchmark of dormant account regimes across the world, and on the Central Bank website, it speaks about Australia, Barbados, Ireland, New Zealand, the United States, United Kingdom, Switzerland, Japan, Antigua, Barbados, BVI, Turks and Trinidad and Tobago, and the Cayman Islands, all of which are benchmarked on the Central Bank of the Bahamas website, if only certain individuals would take the time to go and read it. And so the information that is sought is currently on that web page. You see, Mr. Speaker, it seems as if we are here today not to talk about monetary policy, but we are here to talk today, I guess, Mr. Speaker, about politics. And since we're going to politicize something as sterile as dormant bank accounts, then I have to now resort to some recommendations for the member for Kalani. On a previous contribution in this honorable place, I would have used a football analogy, and I said to the member to go long. Go long. But sometimes you can't go long. You got to just keep on keeping on. You got to persevere, because sometimes you're going to find opposition. No less than the Honorable Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Newt Gingrich, would have said at one point that perseverance is the hard work you do after you get tired of doing the hard work that you've already done. And so to Kalani, I say you just got to keep on keeping on. Yeah. Because the opposition seems to be all about politics. If you look at what the people of the Bahamas asked us to do in 2017, they were concerned about the economy, they were concerned about crime, they were concerned about jobs, they were concerned about mortgages, and they were concerned about transparency and the challenge of corruption. No less a man, a giant, than Winston Churchill talked about politics. And he said that politics are almost as exciting as war and quite as dangerous. In war, you can only be killed once, he said, but in politics, you can be killed many times. For my part, I have always felt that a politician is to be judged by the animosities which he excites among his opponents. I have always set myself not merely to relish but to deserve thoroughly their censure. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we deserve their censure. Matter of fact, we can keep their water running. Because when you politicize something as simple as a policy position of the Central Bank of the Bahamas, you are playing politics and nothing else. So, Mr. Speaker, to the people of the Bahamas, through you, let us talk about what has happened to the economy of the Bahamas over the last 18 months. Because this speaks about whether or not we are going to keep on keeping on.
You should contextualize.
Let us look at the domestic economic developments. And to the member for Freetown, please forgive me. But let's talk about what's happened in tourism over the last 18 months.
Compared to
And when we look at the changes in the tourism sector, the official data from the Ministry of Tourism reveals that over the first 8 months in 2018, we have seen a 5.4% increase in total visitor arrivals, a reversal from 2.8% decline in 2017. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, a 15.1% increase in air arrivals following a 6.3% decrease in 2017. So when you look, Mr. Speaker, at what has happened, and prior to that, arrivals were flat for 5 years. But between 2017, we saw a reduction of minus 5.7% in New Providence. In 2018, an increase of 17%. It's called good management. When we look at air departures, we have not only seen an increase in American visitors, Mr. Speaker, we have seen an increase in non-U.S. visitors by 17.9% and an increase in U.S. visitors by 12.7%. And interestingly, departures have increased to the highest level since 2012. If you look at Airbnb, we got 2,500 listings on Airbnb with an occupancy of about 30 to 32%. When we look at investments, Mr. Speaker, we see new investments at the Grand Harbor at Old Bahama Bay, $2.8 billion, Inc. We've got the Disney Cruise Line Development Limited at Lighthouse Point. That's going to be between a $350 and $450 million project. When you look at unemployment, the highest level of employed persons, with just an increment in the number of unemployed persons year over year between 2017 and 2018. We have managed to control inflation, up only by 1.3% in the last 12 months. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about BPL, and I want to address the issue of BPL and specifically the cost of energy. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the oil price trends since 2015, because the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador would have stood in this honorable place. He would have stood in this honorable place and he would have said in a previous sitting of this House that the average cost of oil was roughly, I believe he said, $50+ a barrel. Well, let's see what happened. In June of 2015, Mr. Speaker, the price of oil was $60 a barrel. In December of 2015, the price of oil was $38 a barrel. In September of 2016, the price of oil was $48 a barrel. September of 2017, it was $48 a barrel. And then in September of 2018, global oil prices averaged $82.70 per barrel, which is the highest that it has been in many, many years. And it was anticipated that the remaining quarter of the year through 2020, that the average price of crude oil would be $81 per barrel. Now, what is not said about the price of energy is the fact that the charge for energy has not changed. What has changed has been the fuel surcharge. And Mr. Speaker, if we look at the historic fuel surcharge on fuel, the historic all-time high for the fuel surcharge from BEC or BPL was in June of 2013, when it hit a high of 28.3 cents per kilowatt hour. It dropped to 10 cents per kilowatt hour on March the 16th, and it has increased to 18 cents per kilowatt hour by July, September of this year. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we have is an interesting narrative. Let us talk about the fiscal indicators. And all of this, and you may ask about relevance, this is all about the central bank, and I am referring to the September Economic Development Report as published by the Central Bank of the Bahamas. It shows that during the 11 months of fiscal year 2017-2018, government's operations showed a deficit of $211 million, a reduction from the $299 million deficit recorded over the same period of fiscal year 2016-2017, and that revenue grew. VAT receipts during that time period rose to $610 million, and expenditure was down by $59 million. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, if we now look at lending conditions in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, we look at people say that you can't get money. Well, it turns out that 77% of all consumer loans applied for are approved in 2018. Commercial loans, 92% approved. Mortgages, 52% approved. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the quality of credit in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the side opposite talked about they're going to have a mortgage relief plan, which failed. When you look now, Mr. Speaker, at the quality indicators of credit in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, total arrears for the private sector was down to 14.3%, and it has not been that low since September of 2009. At the end of September 2018, the arrears rate for total private sector credit was 14.3%. The year before it was 15.8%. And it had not been that low since September of 2009. So, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member for Kalani, keep on keeping on. We're on the right path. If you look at external reserves, Mr. Speaker, external reserves over the last quarter since quarter 2 of 2017 have been at healthy levels. And so the outlook then, Mr. Speaker, is that the fundamentals of this economy are strong. Yes. Don't mind the noise in the marketplace. There will be obfuscation. There will be distraction. There will be attempts to get us to look in a different direction. They will make all kind of noise and talk about what is happening here and what is happening there. But fundamentally, what we are doing is what we promised to do, and that is to address the economy, address crime. Crime is down.
Well, they say 471 murders.
Get jobs. Deal with the mortgage problem. And deal with transparency. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we talk about the dormant accounts, the Central Bank of the Bahamas, a venerable institution which ought not be subjected to partisan political attacks, cheap shots from people who ought to know better. Ought to know better, Mr. Speaker. But because they have nothing else to say, they will attack the very foundational organs that keep this country strong. And Mr. Speaker, the people of the Bahamas should be deeply offended. The member from Exuma and Ragged Island talked about being offended about bleachers. Well, he should be offended at the attack on this institution, which is nonpartisan and apolitical. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say again, sometimes you just got to keep on keeping on. We're on the right path. The people of the Bahamas, this is not about thieving. This is about protecting this country. The member for Kalani spoke about doing something that is responsible with the money. And that is to create a fund to protect this country in time of danger. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not stand here and say that we should all collectively thank the Almighty God for His mercy. We are now at the 21st day of November 2018. We got 9 more days to go, and so far we have been blessed. Mr. Speaker, even if, and God forbid, something should happen, we should be grateful that we've made it this far by His grace. And so as I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I endorse these bills. I believe that they speak to us just keep on keeping on. Don't mind the noise in the marketplace. Pay attention to the price of the fish. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
You got kind of quiet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, before I begin, I'd like to say that I do believe that this particular piece of legislation is progressive. And so it is definitely a piece of legislation that I can support, and I will support, and we will support Centerville. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me a few moments to participate in the debate on the Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Bill 2018, as well as on the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Bill 2018. Today, in the spirit of Thanksgiving, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for 5 minutes of my 30 minutes to thank a few people. And so I want to say thanks to the people of Centerville, the Centerville constituency, and say thank you to them through the Spirit of God for allowing me to represent them, and by extension the people of the Bahamas in these honorable chambers. I want to say thank you to our citizenry, especially Centervillians, who have, as shown in my strategy paper, to commit themselves to better communication, less conflicts, and building wholesome relationships as outlined in Centerville's strategy paper. Crime is down, and most importantly, it is trending down. So to national security, our national security minister, and the entire citizenry in the Bahamas, I want to say thank you. Let us save lives and not take lives. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say thank you to all of our entertainers in the Bahamas who continue to represent and level up. On that note, I want to say congratulations and thank you to the member for St. Barnabas on the community center established under the Citizen Security and Justice Program in honor of the late Edmund Mopsy, parliamentarian and cultural icon. Congratulations and thank you to the member for Pinewood on the renaming of the Pinewood Park to Isaiah Taylor Festival Park, an acknowledgement long time coming. Good job, Pinewood. Congratulations to St. Agnes songbird Danielle Dorset, who did a class act at the Dundas Theatre of the Performing Arts. Mr. Speaker, you would not have blinked an eye. The performance was complemented by the University of the Bahamas Voices of Paradise, keyboardists, pianists, saxophonists, guitarists. They were all very good. I've seen quite a number of performances around the world, and the lighting and the choreography was second to none. I go through all of that, Mr. Speaker, because last week I would have acknowledged my commitment to entertainers and the entertainment industry in the Bahamas. And as the Bahamas considers its accession, I'd like to see particular attention paid to entertainers as we revisit copyright laws, intellectual property laws, competition laws, to ensure that the next generation of entertainers are protected and sustained, not only from a local perspective, but also from an international perspective. So I would encourage the negotiators to consider that when foreign artists perform here, they get paid some big bucks. So whether we perform here or we perform there, let's change some things. And let's cause for our entertainers to have a level playing field. I want our comedians, our journalists, our singers, our gospel artists, our drummers, junkanooers, all of them to be paid these same big bucks. I personally am tired of seeing our entertainers and junkanooers in particular live and die paupers, and they shouldn't have to. If tourism is our #1 industry, then the entertainment industry should be #2. And finally, in my acknowledgement and my thank yous in the spirit of Thanksgiving, I want to say thank you for the hard work and dedication of the Bahamas Institute of Chartered Accountants. We had a spectacular Accountants Week, and to Mr. President Gowan Bowe and his team, congratulations. I will pivot here now into my presentation, like the deputy would have mildly stated on my last occasion as I spoke. However, in the spirit of thanksgiving, I wanted to acknowledge how grateful I am to the people of Centerville. Mr. Speaker and members of this honorable House, a dormant account is defined as an account with no activity. That is, this can be an individual account, a company account, it can be a Bahamian dollar account, a US dollar account. It's an account that may be established by a foreign or a local person, a foreign or local entity. The Act defines a dormant account as a deposit account or other facility at a bank where the customer has initiated no transactions for a period of at least 1 to 7 years. Apparently, these amendment bills, Mr. Speaker, have been considered since 2014. However, the central bank would have issued guidelines on dormant accounts since February of 2009, paving the way for these future discussions. The Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Bill 2018 amends the Bank and Trust Company Regulation Act to provide for the administration and regulation of dormant account balances held by banks and provides for the administration and regulation of the transfer from domestic and offshore banks to the central bank. The Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Bill 2018 empowers the central bank to review and manage more effectively these dormant account balances held by the bank, and most significantly gives the central bank the ability and the authority to transfer those funds to the treasurer or the government. The central bank will be responsible for the management of dormant facilities, inclusive of accounts other than deposit accounts and securities, prior to the transfer to the treasurer or to the government. Today, the amendment bill establishes that the funds in dormant accounts will be going to the Treasury, and the dormant accounts will also include securities, precious metals, and anything held in the safety deposit boxes of the facility holder. The Central Bank of the Bahamas would have issued guidelines with regards to dormant accounts in 2009. These guidelines outline the minimum requirements for identifying, administering, and investigating deposit accounts, and the ultimate disposition of the dormant account balances to the central bank. Banks were allowed to develop their own internal policies and procedures, but central bank guidelines should be regarded as the minimum standard the central bank uses to assess what is adequate. Because of the level of cash disposition and the fact that it is now going to be managed by politically exposed persons, the minimum guidelines as issued by the central bank should be revised to consider that these funds are now going into the consolidated, or what one would term the political or the government fund. I note at this point that the member for Kalani would have indicated earlier and spoke to a disaster recovery fund, which I am in agreement with. However, I do believe that that decision or that piece of legislation should have been tabled along with these bills, as the wait time can also create an issue of accountability and transparency. Last evening, Mr. Speaker, I would have attended a public policy forum on monetary and fiscal policy at the University of the Bahamas. It was put on by the Executive Director, Mr. Shivago Lang, and the panelists were the last 5 governors of the central bank: Sir William, Julian Francis, Mr. James Smith, Mrs. Wendy Craig, and the current Governor, John Rowe. The forum was excellent, thought-provoking. I actually got a photo, Mr. Speaker, with every single one of them, because I couldn't imagine our economic history and future all in one room. But out of that forum came the thought and the discussion of the Disaster Recovery Fund. And so I do agree with the establishment of that fund. I am also reminded at this point of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, which should have been in place since 2016, with statutory models that the Disaster Recovery Fund model may emulate, just in the interest of time. At this time, I would like to take this opportunity to encourage Bahamians to create wills and document your bank accounts and your assets, to avoid others having to search them down. If your accounts are held in the name of a business or a company, ensure that this can be found somewhere so as not to lose it to the state, and there may be some direct benefits to your offsprings or your family. Bahamians, we must trust someone, your spouse, your priest, your child, your trusted friend, with your list of account locations. Not necessarily the amounts, but at least the location of the financial institution or that proverbial mattress. Even if you only have $1 in it, because $200 and $500, what that may mean to me or you may not mean the same to Killarney or St. Anne's. Even if the account is a credit facility, let someone know, because the collateral may be able to cover it, and the remainder may go to your loved ones. I have seen cases where someone owed $15,000 and the collateral was worth $1 million, but it was left alone because of the anxiety of going through the paperwork. Bahamian families, we must learn to discuss finances with each other in order to build a more stable family structure. Study your family tree and learn as much about each other as you can. There are cases where people do not even know they are the beneficiary. Let's work on our relationships. Relationships are sustainable. Politics is not. Read your account opening forms and ensure the dormant account policy is referenced and understood. Banks, on the other hand, ought to create user-friendly account opening forms, highlighting areas as it relates to next of kin and listed beneficiaries. I would encourage financial institutions not only to have one next of kin or one beneficiary on the line, but at a minimum 3 listed in the form. This is a small country, Mr. Speaker, and every little bit counts right now. Once again, What $200 or $500 may mean to me or you may not mean the same to Killarney or St. Anne's. Dormant account policy. Dormant account policy needs to be a part of the written supervisory procedures to ensure adequate supervision and management of these accounts even after year one, as stated in the guidelines. Email addresses and cell phone numbers should be a part of the request of beneficiaries, and to some degree, Facebook pages. We must do more to locate beneficiaries before it goes to the dormant account list. A letter to a mailbox, Mr. Speaker, is simply not sufficient. Regulators must prove that their inspection process analyzed compliance with documented and approved dormant account policies and procedures. We have become, and we are, a migrant community. A community where our kids go off to school and many do not come back. They get a job abroad and in many cases do not pay attention to the business of their parents and grandparents. We become passive towards our homeland and its politics, and somewhat passive towards domestic family relations. When a loved one passes, we come home for the funeral and we head back to the big city, big world out there. Not concerned that maybe mommy and daddy would have had an account somewhere that could be of benefit to their legacy by ensuring it goes where it should or where they would want it to go. Bahamians, you ought to pay attention. Our parents and grandparents are and were better savers than we are. So as you are taking care of it, ensure to get a little history lesson, like the location of bank accounts, just in case something was to happen. In that way, you are able to do more for them, especially if they worked for the government service. Before an account could be considered inactive, banks are expected to do a thorough investigation, attempting to contact the customer, reactivate the account if necessary, and if required, make a final and correct disposition of the funds. I believe the minimum standards which are in the guidelines issued by the central bank ought to put more pressure on banks to locate customers or their families. If it is a business or company account, seek out directives for communication. The island, Bahamians, it's only 21/7, and the family islands are only a hop, skip, and jump away. Dormant accounts should have enhanced monitoring procedures, and a dormant account specialist should actually be hired, whose main job is to locate account holders. They should work in tandem with compliance officers and money laundering reporting officers, as they are all expected to update client information regularly and expected to monitor account activity. So this bill actually brings with it lots of opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas not only has the tools and human resources to make legislative changes like this work, but we have to have the commitment to financial strength through compliance and a commitment to establish and enforce rules. A commitment to establish and enforce policies and procedures and guidelines girded by the belief that we are our brother's keepers and we must look out for the Bahamas and each other first. I actually liken dormant accounts to dormant land. The Quieting Titles Act allows someone the right to obtain title for land without undergoing proper procedures to locate original owners. This concept of land grab or land facilitation, whatever you'd like to call it, is one that I would have called for a select committee for. Once again, let us be committed to policies and procedures girded by an unconditional love for the Bahamas and our people. Let us not let greed be the definition of what is Bahamian. Let it be love and let it be appreciation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there are some good points with regards to these bills. The time frame, I believe, is advantageous, more than most places in the world. We are an offshore jurisdiction for all intents and purposes, and we do have what we consider offshore accounts. 60 million of the total 81 million belongs to offshore accounts. Of the 41 million that have been dormant for 70 years or longer, 32 million offshore accounts, which could, as indicated earlier, could sit there for many, many years into perpetuity. There's a record retention period. The bill also looks at the administration of accounts where securities are held. Along with the domestic account specialists, there's an opportunity for small businesses in financial and corporate services and broker-dealers to participate in the liquidation and management of dormant accounts with securities. However, I actually got excited when I saw Section 6C because it said that an amount paid by the central bank to the treasurer cannot be disposed of without prior approval signified by resolution of the House. Then when I reread it, it said subject to Section 7 and 8. What that is saying, Mr. Speaker, is that you only have to get a resolution from the House when there's an application for a claim, not necessarily for spending. That, I was a little challenged to it until the member of Kalani voiced his intention to see to it that the funds steered into the Disaster Recovery Fund. Centerville would have liked to have seen the funds earmarked, which I would have just said. Obviously, it's earmarked for the Disaster Recovery Fund and a House resolution for the spending of it, unless, of course, this particular source of income was budgeted for. But we do acknowledge indications of interest with regards to the proposed Disaster Recovery Fund. However, in the meantime, hopefully these dormant accounts can assist paying persons the government owes over these many years, assist with living up to agreements already made with unions or otherwise, contribution to the Sovereign Wealth Fund, reducing unemployment, modernizing our schools, and ensuring that all children have the school supplies needed. Mr. Speaker, Centerville support both amendment bills. As indicated, Centerville will be watching, however, how these funds are administered, how the guidelines are assisting everyday Bahamians with regards to quality of life and their living. I want to say Happy Thanksgiving Day to all Bahamians and to my American neighbors. God bless the United States of America on this special occasion. God bless Centerville, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Angliston.
Thank you, Speaker. It's being for the lectern. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. You are my good books already. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of Angliston, who, many of whom I was pleasantly surprised to see were outside earlier this morning, making their voices heard and presence felt on their varying concerns as to what is happening in our country. I heard the member for Elizabeth's contribution. You know, it reminded me of a place of flowers and loveliness called La La Land. But there is a reality, Mr. Speaker, and the reality is the one the Bahamians are living in every day. And it is not one that evokes any form of celebration right now. Things are very difficult for most people. On the issue of this issue of dormant accounts, I heard the member again for Elizabeth, and I'm just coming after him, so that's why I'm referring to what, there's some things he said. I heard the Prime Minister also, and the member for St. Anne's. But he said that the member for Exuma was being partisan and all of these things in terms of his analysis or viewpoint about how this issue of dormant accounts should be managed. And the member referred us to the website of the central bank, and I looked at the website, and the website, in fact, and they say very clearly, and I just tell you what they say here. And if you look at on the site, you'll see that there's been consultations, including, I'm sure, with the government, and amendments made. But what they do say is that they've acceded to the representations from banks requesting that the 25-year period for subsistence of the right to claim dormant account funds be shortened in order to reduce banks' administrative burden with respect to dormant accounts. So the banks lobbied for their own position. And then it goes further that the central bank's benchmark of other jurisdictions indicated that there is no best practice in this area. So when the member for Exuma expresses his viewpoint, he's entitled to do that. And the Bahamian people are going to form their view too. And then they go further and they say, and the central bank says that as the periods within which a claim could be brought range from 10 years to indefinite, it was considered that a total period of 17 years, 7 years held by the bank plus 10 years held by the central bank or the treasurer, was adequate in arriving at this number. And the central bank came to that viewpoint after having engaged in consultation, including with the banks, the government, I'm sure, and others. And if I don't know if anyone else got a letter. I got a letter from Organization for Responsible Government. They sit in here all the time, and they have some views, and I don't think they agree with this approach either, based on the recommendations I see there. So it's not partisan if you have a view. And I want to start by saying, currently under our law, a person who holds funds in what is deemed a dormant account is the owner and has the right to access it, even under our current regime. What you are proposing today takes away that right. And that is where we have a difficulty. That this legislation has the effect of taking away a right that currently exists for account holders. Now, we looked at Canada. I think the member for Kalani referred to Canada and said this was benchmarked with Canada. Canada said they will not forfeit the funds, or whatever word you want to use, until after 100 years. In Barbados, which we know is facing some very serious issues, and I'm not sure why we are measuring ourselves by Barbados. They have the 10-year benchmark that we are using. In the UK, it's indefinite. They use the word in perpetuity. Now, someone may never come, but I think they took a policy position that they would not disenfranchise people or take away the right that is vested in an owner in their asset, whether it is metals, precious jewels, or whether it's cash. Whether it's $500 or $40 or $50,000. There are three critical features that concerns us about, and the member of Exuma who has spoken, I want to add to what he said. I don't see anything in this legislation which obliges the bank to make an effort to contact the account holder. Now, when I looked at the central bank site, I see where they made recommendations for practices. But there is nothing in the legislation, and other jurisdictions put it in the legislation, which mandates the bank to make efforts to get the account holder. In this day and age, you know the name of the person, you probably know the address of the person, you probably got some telephone numbers for the person, but we don't see any of that in this legislation. The funds transferred in other jurisdictions are ultimately used for a public purpose, usually social advancement cause. In this bill, there's no such allocation. In fact, it goes into the consolidated fund. Now, I heard the Prime Minister say that this time, or this lump sum, is going to go into disaster recovery, hurricane, etc. Sorry? No, the law don't say that. The law said it goes into the consolidated fund. And that is what differentiates this from many other regimes where they create a special fund where these monies are confiscated, or whatever word you want to use, that they go into a fund, and that fund is used for a transparent purpose. In this instance, it is going into the consolidated fund. The government claims there'll be a revolving purpose. I think that's what we're hearing, that this time it's for a disaster relief, next time it can be for something else, and for what else, well, you know, I don't know why. I have a concern about that approach, and I don't understand why we did not go the route of an establishment of a fund, because you could do the same thing. You could do the same thing, but it's transparent, those funds are secured, they can collect interest, they can be invested, but you have not chosen that route. You chose to put it in the consolidated fund, Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the other jurisdictions did not do that, and this is not transparent, Mr. Speaker. It's not transparent. And in fact, you know, what we're seeing is, and but before I get to what we're seeing, let me just say this, right? It's not transparent. Now, 17 years, we know that we're sending funds now, a lump sum. As the member for Carolina, we were speaking, what about tomorrow? Tomorrow you can get some money now, again, from another dormant account. Next week, there'll be some more money from the dormant account. Who's accounting this? Who is earmarking these funds coming in an ad hoc fashion over a period of months and weeks and years? And how is it going to be allocated at the end of the day? Who will be making the separating accounting from this general fund, which is the consolidated fund? And you know, and the member for Kalani made a wonderful speech about hurricanes and climate change, and I agree with him. But I could tell you, and the language he used, he said that hurricanes are a risk to fiscal sustainability and economic resilience. But I remember, and I got to go back to this, when I sat in this house, after our nation went through Joaquin and Matthew, which hit New Providence and wiped out south parts of South Beach and other places in the area I live in, Hannah Road area, with devastation, and Joaquin, which hit the southern Bahamas with such severity, and funds had to be found. This administration, when they took office in last year in their first budget, undercut the impact of a hurricane, said there was no reason, no excuse, and you instead accused the former administration of malfeasance in the use of funds, etc. Speaker. And so, and then we heard the language about, this hurricane insurance, a big controversy in this parliament. And they told us that we didn't handle it right and blah, 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 and that they got it under control now. But yet we're establishing a disaster fund. So what is it? Is the insurance viable, like you claimed in this house during the budget debate? Or is it not? The forming of this fund tells us that you knew just what we knew when we discontinued, that that fund would not meet the concerns and demands of this archipelago. Speaker, I heard the terminology rank hypocrisy, and I now know the meaning of it. Hypocrisy is rank. I didn't understand that before, you know. Really. But I see it now. It rank. It rank. Speaker. So having established that, I want to say that to me it's very clear, in our view, that the underlying implication of what is happening here with this whole procedure, the choice made, benchmarking with Barbados, the choice made, not the Canada, because Canada has 100 years. The choice made is that the government is obviously desperate for revenue. That's what we're dealing with here. The government is desperate for revenue, Speaker. And they are seeking to get, and I say they're grimy hands, preying on the assets of citizens. That's what's happening. That's what's happening.
Honorable member.
I said the government, Mr. Speaker, not an individual. The government. I'll repeat, Mr. Speaker. The government is obviously desperate for revenue and is getting its hands, I'll take the word of Speaker, getting its hands and preying on the assets of its citizens. This is what we have come to in the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker. And Speaker raises questions about the state of our economy. And I heard the member for Elizabeth talk about the airlift and all that, but you know, we knew we didn't have any hotel rooms. No hotel rooms, no airlift. 1 plus 1 equals 2. You had Bahama. In fact, I remember you opposing Bahama and calling it all kinds of funny stuff. But Bahama, yes, when you were sitting in that special chair in your office in those press conference, Speaker. Speaker.
Honorable member. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Elizabeth.
I will invite my constituent. I stand on a point of order.
Yes.
I will invite my good constituent to withdraw that scurrilous allegation that she just made, that she is unable to substantiate. And I know she said it in jest.
Honorable member for Ferguson.
Speaker, I'll withdraw because the member. It was Kalani. The Exuma saying was Kalani, but it was more than Kalani. But I'll withdraw because, you know, the point is that the opposition at that time, in which the member for Elizabeth was a very vocal member at the time, threw all sorts of aspersions about the Bahama. But at the end of the day, it is what you can attribute the increase of airlift to. Yes. It is not the magic of the FNM hands. I like the member for the Minister of Tourism, but it's not his magic. Mr. Speaker. Speaker. Sorry, Speaker. This administration has exhibited the height of incompetence in almost everything they have put their hands to. As a result, they've made our country more vulnerable. This is particularly worrying when you observe what is happening globally. The price of oil has actually gone down tremendously. But yet our BPL, the BPL is killing the average Bahamian. Particularly worrying is when you look at the growth, the slowing of growth in the super economies. You look at the stock market yesterday in America. There's some worrying signals coming from that. And you wonder what effect it will have in our own country. Because while that is happening out there, this administration is making our country more vulnerable by their missteps. They've increased taxation on the backs of everyday Bahamians while giving breaks or deferrals to the wealthiest in our nation, including life and key homeowners, billionaire multinational oil companies. The indicators are strongly suggesting that the VAT increase is impacting the cost of living in general. And if you look at the recent statistics from the Department of Statistics about the Consumer Price Index, and the headline, this is the Guardian business story, but it says that the Consumer Price Index reaches all-time high under your watch. All-time high. And they got specifics, but I want to make sure I don't use up all my time. The specifics are there about the health services, recreation, culture, transportation, the cost of housing, water, electricity, etc., have all increased as a result. He didn't read that. And Speaker, they implemented an extraordinary tax regime on the gaming houses, resulting in litigation. And now there's a cessation not only in the implementation of that tax, but in collection of any tax at all. So you have the usual revenue has halted, and that must be having an impact on the revenue.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown on a point of order.
That's factually incorrect. We are collecting the 11% tax. We're just not collecting the increase in the tax.
That is not my understanding. We're not collecting anything. No. He's not.
He believes he's right.
He believes he's right. Thank you. I got good help over here. This administration. Mr. Speaker, I hear what the minister says, and I will accept what he says. But that is not our information. And, you know, and time will tell, Speaker. The purchase of the Grand Lucayan remains generally a mystery to us all. The pieces of the information, I say pieces coming over to us, tells us that the $65 million purchase price does not reflect the true purchase price cost. And we don't know what the daily, weekly, or monthly operational costs are to operate that hotel to the public purse. We do know that from the media reports that the block of airlift has been withdrawn due to failed discussions with the government, which signals a frightening specter. Big hotel, no airlift, Speaker. The information dripping out suggests that the number of staff seeking compensation packages far exceeds what the government anticipated, and the amounts of those packages being demanded is well beyond the government's initial conservative calculations. So how much are we paying for this hotel with the airlift being at risk? And we heard the member for East Grand Bahama, I guess, I don't know the word to say, in his very sunny commentary about the state of the economy of Grand Bahama. But I was able to pull out a report from Freeport yesterday, Freeport News. Many Grand Bahama residents in homeless state. And this is talking really about the Seventh-day Adventist Church and the outreach they're making in the community. But what this reporter notes, that they're...
Honorable member.
I'm going to lay it, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. You're adopting.
Yes, I adopted, yes, Mr. Speaker. Extreme difficulties have become normal in the lives of many Grand Bahamians. Many residents in Grand Bahama are facing tough financial times due to the current economic state. It is common knowledge that there are people residing in the former Princess Hotel, which has been closed down for years. Some without anywhere else to live are known to be inhabiting the mostly abandoned International Bazaar. The homelessness state of affairs in Grand Bahama is alarming, and a goodly number of Grand Bahamians have little choice but to call on various non-profit organizations and certain individuals in order to eat and have even the slightest element of order in their lives. That's Grand Bahama. So while the member for Elizabeth and the others in here live in one reality, the masses of our people are living in another reality. The chaos and the mishandling of BPL has resulted in an unstable environment at that place and a mind-blowing increase in energy costs. And can I just say, confidence was not bolstered at BPL when we heard the new chairman say that he thought it was ethically correct for his company to do business with BPL once he sat out of the room when his board made the decision. And then there are questions about the RFP for Shell, and they persist, and the Chamber of Commerce have raised concerns. And we have yet to hear an explanation, and this is my information, as to why the offer accepted from Shell was not along the lines of the actual RFP. We know that there have been lots of international trips, but we have yet to be told, and the Prime Minister says he's going to Washington to meet the IMF, the World Bank, and the IDB. And we would like to see the agenda of that trip. I know you said that it's disaster relief, but when I see the IMF in the room, we'd like to know the nature of those discussions. But we know that there's been lots of representations abroad on our behalf. And in this House, we get the regular communications from the ministers, Minister of Education, the Minister of Agriculture, and on, the Minister of the Environment, about their trips and how interesting those conferences abroad were. But we have yet to be told what is happening in these various trips by the member for St. Anne's and the member for East Grand Bahama. And I came across a Tribune report where the reporter asked the Minister of Finance what was happening in these trips. And he said that the Deputy Prime Minister yesterday revealed that unspecified concessions were necessary to meet European and OECD demands for the Bahamas to end so-called ring fencing. And the reporter notes in this that he did not detail the concessions or the international bodies he's referring to, and although he speculates, the report, and I adopt this report, Mr. Speaker, that they're likely to be the European Union and the OECD, the two entities he and fellow cabinet ministers met with last week, etc. So, you know, you give this farce of coming in here of ministers accounting, but we know now that we have a Minister of Finance making concessions on behalf of our country, which may impact our economy, and we don't know yet. We have yet to be told what is happening on our behalf by these ministers. So, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister mentioned mailboats. And I said that was propitious because I wanted to talk about mailboats. Because we know mailboats are subsidized by a subsidy from the public treasury. And I also know that there are recent partnerships with Fast Ferry and two individual mailboat owners. So, by and large, Fast Ferry's in the mailboat business. And it is unthinkable that the Fast Ferry Company, which is a multi-million-dollar commercial entity, is a beneficiary of a subsidy from the public purse. Unheard of. And there are at least two companies they're benefiting from in this partnership in this way. I cannot believe this government is subsidizing fast ferries in this country. A larger issue is the domination of this company in family island routes, which is driving out traditional mail boats. This is what they're doing. They're driving them out of business, and then they're entering partnerships with them. I know what's happening. I saw it happening when I was out there. The member for Southern Shores knows.
Wow.
And then, Mr. Speaker, and I have to raise this, Speaker, who are the shareholders? And I've seen a return, Mr. Speaker. I've seen a return, Mr. Speaker. And I saw that the third largest shareholder is a Dr. Hubert Minnis.
What?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And I'm calling on him. I don't want to embarrass him, but I'm calling on him to redress this. This is not right. This is not right. Yes, Speaker. The time has come for regulations, Mr. Speaker, to control this type of gobbling up in our economy. We see it with the hungry zeal of Arawak Port Development. Mr. Speaker, I said if I could be the only one out there, I will not be here and allow Arawak Port Development to gobble up Prince George Dock and Potter's Key Dock. And now I know that shareholders in that company are now looking at Morgan's Bluff. We cannot sit here and allow that, Mr. Speaker, in our economy. Speaker, and we need legislation because we will be held hostage in this country, Mr. Speaker. And Speaker, we look at the reserves. I heard the member speak to the reserves. Well, before I get to that, I saw in the Gazette that Royal Caribbean is applying for some 130 franchises. And I could tell you, I know some things were done, not under our watch, under your watch when you were government. But when we were the government, we took a policy position that water sports would be an area reserved for Bahamians only. In fact, it's part of the investment policy. And I looked and I see 130 applications for Royal Caribbean. For Royal Caribbean. The port that is under your jurisdiction. The Port Authority. I'm speaking to the minister, Mr. Speaker, he's asking me. Speaker. And then you look at the reserves. I heard the member for Exuma say the reserves for this, that, and next thing. But I think the truth is, if he looks recently, the reserves are being depleted. In recent times, being depleted. I heard you, I mean, they did reach a record high. I think you did borrowings to do that. You did borrowings to do that. Now you come and brag about it. But from what I'm understanding, it is now going in another direction. Speaker. I'm Speaker, the people are not being paid on time. People are not being paid. I think I was the member for Freetown who came in here and spoke about the firemen. He said, but I'm here. Dun, da, da. Well, I just heard from some firemen and others. And I'm not being facetious. I just heard from them about a week ago. They're not being paid. They're not being paid. And many other people are not being paid for their labor. Yes, and in overtime. The firemen for the overtime for the firemen. Speaker. And then, you know, and so I'm calling for antitrust legislation. We got to do it. It's getting like that now in this country. And we're going to resist it. Let the word go on. I know what happened in here a couple of weeks ago. But we're not going to sit here. Those days are finished in this country. I went on Reuters article and they said there were about 115 countries with antitrust regimes in place. And then, you know, you wonder whether this approach, when you look at the Commercial Enterprises Act, which allows basically the facilitation of labor into our country with minimal procedures and little transparency, you wonder whether these are substantive steps for WTO. And let me just say, Mr. Speaker, and I spoke about this on a radio show recently, this administration never campaigned on WTO. They didn't put it in their platform. We're gonna take you to WTO. So I want them to know, with the greatest of respect, you have no mandate to bind the Bahamian people with the World Trade Organization, the specifics of which could potentially transform the way of life in our country for generations yet unborn. You do not have a mandate. So while you're doing your work and doing your muscle and all of that, you do not have a mandate. And you must go to the Bahamian people before you bind our economy to the World Trade Organization. Listen, man. Okay? If you think that is akin to WTO, then you need to go do some studying. Go and do some studying, man. There's a difference between a domestic tax and the World Trade Organization. And you are actually trivializing a very serious matter. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no transparency in the consolidated fund unless the funds being deposited there are to be treated as revenue. That's what we are. This is what is happening here. Let's be real. It's revenue. And it's not even, and you're coming with this, roundabout way of dealing with it. But the member for South Island said you need money. But you're mishandling the economy. And you're making us more vulnerable in this country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, for all the reasons that have been outlined, and chief of which is the fact that the owner of those funds or the things in the safety deposit box or the securities, the owner has rights to that. And I mean, what if they finders, keepers, losers, reapers? Is that what the government is telling the Bahamian people now, or our population? And they have a right. And what you are doing by this legislation is taking away that right that they currently have. You're changing the regime. If you were just introducing it, it might have been a bit different. But we have a regime, and there is a right, and you are now taking away that right. Furthermore, we do not support, in any event, the funds going into the consolidated fund, because it should be, in our view, along the lines of what is happening in other jurisdictions where a fund is established for a social or educational purpose, and there is transparency. There's no transparency when it goes into the consolidated fund. It's just money going into the general pool and being used for the expenses of the state. Because like you say, this lump sum may go for that. But tomorrow you can get some, and the next day you can get some. And it's just going into a gigantic pool. And so, Mr. Speaker, and we are concerned that there's no obligation on the bank to contact account holders. There should be something done that causes for that to happen. Banks should be obliged to do that. And there is nothing that I have seen that obliges that. Pardon me? Yeah, I know it's not, I don't think it's in the original legislation, but you're taking the money for yourself. The government is taking the money. That's the difference in this now. Because if it's the central bank manages it and invests it, and you can get it back. But what this regime, you don't get it back. The government gets it after 17 years. So, Mr. Speaker, that is our position on this, and it's fundamental. And we trust that when we get to the amendments, that we will be able to impress upon the government that we can find a consensus, that we don't have to be partisan on the issue, and that at the end of the day, we can reach an accord on this matter, and I believe it will bring peace of mind to the Bahamian people. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to clarify a few matters the members referred to me. First, I'd like to clarify the matter with the tender process, bidding process with Shell with respect to DPL. Member said my interpretation that there's some degree of irregularity. For clarity, there was, I think, about 17, 19 individuals who had bid for the contract. Hold on. 17. 17 to 19. 7. Do you want an answer or not? 17 to 19, Mr. Speaker, the exact number I cannot recall. It was decided that 5 out of the 17 had met the requirements, and Shell won the bid. There were complaints. Listen to me. There were complaints that there were irregularity and was unfair, etc. The bids were subsequently removed from the domain of DPL, Ministry of Works, and subsequently brought to the office of the Prime Minister. We then got an independent analyzer to review the 5 companies that were the finalists and to make a determination whether there were any irregularities, whether there was transparency and honesty in the process. That was an independent company that made that decision, an international company. They looked at the process and they reported back that there may have been 1 or 2 irregularities. However, it was not significant enough to change the results. The results would have still been Shell being victorious, and therefore the announcement was made from the office of the Prime Minister that Shell was victorious, based on an independent assessor after individuals like yourselves were coming. Hold on, I ain't finished yet. My name was also called, Mr. Speaker, with respect to Fast Ferry. I have shares in the Fast Ferry, yes. I have shares in CIBC, yes. I have shares in Commonwealth Bank, not Commonwealth Bank. I have shares in Commonwealth Brewery, yes. I have shares in many other entities in here and throughout the world. But I am not involved in the management, the day-to-day assessment of any of them. Full stop.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Islands.
That's in
You want a point of...
No, that's in response to the experts asked what I wanted to know, and now that they've explained, I just need to ask some further questions with respect to what they said.
Honourable member, are you speaking? Because
No.
the member was responding to... I'm listening.
All right, I'll mention.
You can raise it when you make your contribution.
I thought the member would answer the question on the state subsidizing fast ferries.
I'm just interested in it and not declaring it.
Yes, and the
I have shares in many companies, both Bahamas and throughout the world. I do not know anything about the day-to-day running of any of them. Full stop.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Southern Shores.
Nobody did exercise 2 weeks ago,
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member Frank Liston raised the question of jet ski applications for Royal Caribbean. While serving as the minister in that capacity, I had occasion to visit Coco Key, and I made the observation that they were operating jet skis, and I immediately gave notice that that sector is reserved for Bahamians. I believe if there is an application at this time, it may be an attempt on their part to regularize, because at that time they weren't even registered, and so that may be the case. And I want to give the honourable member, the assurance that if that is the case, the present minister is fully aware of the policy, and we will ensure that that policy, ground transportation, ferrying, etc., water sports, will continue to be reserved for Bahamians. But we thank you for the information. We'll look into it.
As many? Chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Southern Shores.
I thank you. On the question of mail boats, while I serve as the Minister of Transport, I found that no new mailboat contract, none had been signed.
None. Still ain't signed.
During our tenure. No.
During yours as well?
None. The last set of mailboat contracts would have been signed, if I'm not mistaken, by Sidney Colley.
Sidney Colley.
Yes, and subsequent to that, persons continued to kick it down the road because there was a question of increasing the fees. So that was never done. During my tenure, I had several meetings to begin the negotiation for the renewal of contracts. So I'm not aware of any new. Now, what may have happened, and I so the member could appreciate what the position is. What may have happened? It is possible that individual boat owners and operators, because I know in the case of, there was one boat in particular that had not moved for 7 years, but had another boat making the run in its stead. And I believe that there are many instances such as that, but there is no new agreement entered into between the government and any mailboat entity since the Sidney Colley era.
We're going to do it by January.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Member Feingerson.
Thanks, Speaker. There are no, I agree there have been no recent written contracts, but there are long-standing contractual arrangements between mailboat owners and the government. And in respect of the new thing you're talking about, the point I raised with you is that we are talking about mailboat owners who have gone into partnership with fast ferries. And at least one of them, I know firsthand, was struggling because they were competing with fast ferries. And as a result, I don't know what happened, what led to the partnership arrangement. That is why I am saying we have to manage competition, we have to have competition law in this country. Because otherwise, only a handful of people will own it all, and the overwhelming majority of our people will have nothing, Speaker. We need legislation in this country. We are there. And we're watching Prince George Dock. We're watching Prince George Dock and Potter's Key. And I know I will never agree, Mr. Speaker. And Morgan's Bluff. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Bill 2018. But before I get to that bill, I must respond and I must dispel the member of Anglison's belief that somehow there's some undercover, surreptitious takeover of the Port of Nassau. That process is as transparent and as open as we can make it. It has gone out to an RFP. We're expecting the bids to come in on the 7th of December, 2018. It will go through the tenders board. It will be evaluated. I'm sure that the winning bid, whoever that may be, will be clearly vetted. So I don't want you to put out into the world like you're putting out that somehow there's a group of Bahamians, wealthy white Bahamians, that are taking over the port, because that ain't true.
On a point of order, Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Member Feingerson on a point of order.
Speaker, I don't want the member to miscast what I said. He can quote me, but don't miscast what I said. It's a very serious matter, and we are watching the process. Let me assure you, we are watching. And we're watching, trust me, we're watching. That's all I need you to know. You're watching.
I'm happy that you're watching, and
Good.
watch away.
Good.
Because there's nothing that we're attempting to hide. This is a process by which we are attempting to improve the quality of the visitor experience.
Yep.
If you had gone with me on Symphony of the Seas last week, when I left that boat, I was worried. Why? Because that boat is absolutely incredible. And I said to myself, gosh, how are these people, why are these people going to want to get off this boat? It's so incredible on that boat. It's clean, it's neat, it's pristine, everything works. And we need to do something with the Port of Nassau. And we need to invest in it. and we need to get money to invest in it. And that's why we have crafted an RFP. We have put it out there, and we are expecting bids in on the 7th of December. And you can watch away all you want, because the process is going to be open and transparent, and the objective is to get as many Bahamians as possible to have an ownership stake in that port.
You can improve downtown, huh?
From all accounts, Mr. Speaker, this bill has been in the works for numerous years and has the unconditional support of the current leadership of the central bank and also of those who were once in leadership there. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by the experts on this matter.
No.
A cursory glance of this 4-page bill reveals that it's fairly self-explanatory. And for even those of us who are not products of a legal background, it is an easy read. The Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act, enacted in 2000, currently states that any account held by a bank or trust company in the Bahamas on which there has been no activity, no deposits or withdrawals, no statement of account requested, or no written acknowledgement received from the customer about his or her account for a period of 7 uninterrupted years, those balances are to be paid over to the Central Bank of the Bahamas, discharging the bank of any liability in respect to that account. So what this bill we are debating here today, the Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Bill 2018, serves to do is to provide the central bank with clear directives of what it may or may not do with that money once it is in its receipt. Current practice is that if the owner or his heirs and successors never ever lays claim to those funds, the central bank is required to hold on to those funds forever. Mr. Speaker, I think we would all agree that requiring the Central Bank of the Bahamas to hold on to the funds forever without any clear guidance on how it may eventually dispose of those funds becomes more and more cumbersome over time. The amount of counts, the amount of funds, the amount of records, and the amount of interest paid just grows and grows and grows. And the experts that we rely on to manage the central bank, and also, I might add, provide us with advice on our fiscal and monetary policy, those experts are pleading for us lawmakers to deal with this administrative nightmare. Yes, we all agree that the central bank should hold on to the funds for a further period after taking receipt of them from the banks and trust companies. But the question that we are debating today is for how long? I want to assure the Bahamian people that much research has gone into how long the central bank should hold on to these accounts. In some jurisdictions, as soon as the funds are forwarded into the central bank, it immediately disposes of the accounts by forwarding the funds onto the consolidated fund, or a fund designated by law, which has been set up for the specific purpose of taking receipt and disposing of those funds. In other jurisdictions, the central bank is required to hold on to the funds for at least another 5 or 6 or 7 years. In this bill, we are mandating that the Central Bank of the Bahamas hold on to the account for a minimum period of 10 years. To reiterate, the banks where the account was established must hold on to the account for 7 years. That account can have absolutely no activity on it for 7 whole years. Once that 7-year period is passed and the bank or trust company forwards those accounts onto the central bank, the central bank, must hold on to the account for a further 10 years. So what we are proposing today, that once a total of 17 years have passed and there's been absolutely no activity on your account, no correspondence with the bank or central bank on your account, that the account be closed and the funds be forwarded onto the consolidated fund. In Section 7 of this bill, if you begin to lay claim to an account to which you feel you're entitled to before the 17 years have elapsed, and somehow those funds have been forwarded onto the treasurer by the central bank, this paragraph details how all is not lost, and you can request your bank, you can request the central bank, you can request the Minister of Finance to instruct the treasurer to repay your funds. Admittedly a long and convoluted process, but relief nonetheless. In the good old days, the banks used to hold on to your accounts forever. If you died without a will, or you had no heirs, or you had no will, or you had a will but failed to inform any of your heirs of your holdings in a particular bank, the banks would benefit from those unclaimed funds. A previous F&M government therefore saw fit in 2000, some 18 years ago, with the introduction of the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act, to reverse that injustice. Why should the banks keep your money forever and get the benefits from it? Mr. Speaker, that was wrong, and it was corrected. Today we seek to put unclaimed funds to work for the Bahamian people. Much noise is being made by the naysayers that somehow we keep in people money. Mr. Speaker, that is simply not true.
Honorable member,
Oh,
the tipping word,
Steve, I'm misplacing. Sorry. Sorry, I stand corrected. Misappropriating people money. I get a little raw sometimes. I'm coming from Freetown, and the people speak to me that way, and sometimes I forget in this hallowed hall that I must fluff it up.
yes.
So,
Honorable member, because the word tipping implies some dishonesty. It's the dishonest appropriation of property belonging to another with the intention to permanently deprive the other of that property.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's a textbook.
What we are trying to do today is to recognize that there are accounts with a small amount of funds for which the owner is no longer interested in claiming or simply forgotten about. There are accounts whose owners have passed and there are no heirs. There are accounts whose owners obtained those funds through ill-gotten gains and they have no intention of claiming them. There can be many reasons why an account remains dormant, and it makes absolutely no sense for the funds to just sit there forever and forever with no clear path of how those funds can be disposed of. This bill seeks to deal with the disposition of those funds for the benefit of the Bahamian people. One can argue that 17 years is not long enough. Maybe it should be 20 or 30 or 40 or 100. We are proposing 70 years based upon what is done in other jurisdictions. In fact, we have gone over and beyond to make the waiting period longer than in some jurisdictions. Now, I've heard the UK, and I'll mention the UK, and I know what you're going to respond, but let me mention the UK anyway. In the UK, for example, according to an article in the Financial Times on the 3rd of January of this year, they allow an account to be completely inactive for 15 years before they direct the funds to be put into a fund, quote, build a fairer society and tackle social injustices that hold people back from achieving their full potential, end quote. The article went on to say that often dormant accounts have been opened with small deposits and have been forgotten about. In other words, most of the cash in an account has been withdrawn and a small amount has been left behind. In Jamaica, the bank holds on to dormant accounts for 15 years before the funds are forwarded directly into the state's coffers. In an article in the Gleaner, a local Jamaican newspaper, on the 26th of September, a couple of months ago, the Minister of Commerce lamented that the 15-year period was too long and out of sync with many other jurisdictions. He stated that, quote, because of the time period, the banks find ways to apply charges upon charges. The account is dormant, but the charges are not dormant. And so sometimes you're lucky with how much money you end up with at the end of the day after all these charges are built up over time. In the United States, a time frame of 3 to 5 years with no customer-initiated activity sends an account into dormancy. The amount of time that must lapse depends on the state in which the bank account was opened. Mr. Speaker, another reality is that the vast majority of funds held in dormant accounts in the Bahamas are not held by Bahamians. The Prime Minister alluded to that today. Non-Bahamians have opened accounts in the jurisdiction have simply allowed them to lapse into dormancy. All attempts to track them down have failed, and rather than allow the amounts in these accounts to continue to remain inactive, this legislation seeks to put this money to work to the benefit of the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, there will be much discussion on what these funds should be used for, and I don't intend to get bogged down here on where those funds should go. There are many worthy causes that would benefit from these funds. So as not to curry favor with any particular one, we have decided to place the funds into the consolidated fund and allocate those funds to a disaster relief fund to prepare, as the Prime Minister so eloquently stated, for the inevitable hurricane. The only worry, Mr. Speaker, is some other party gets into office and access those funds and spends them irresponsibly. I'm delighted that we are intending to compartmentalize those funds from the hands of politicians. Keep it away from us, Mr. Prime Minister, because if we don't know where it'll end up. I stand also today in support of the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Bill 2018, which serves to redefine what exactly an account is. In the past, we considered an account to be just a banking account, but as outlined in Section 2 of this bill, we expand the definition of an account to encompass many other things. These bills will result in a clarity in how to deal with dormant accounts, once and for all. Mr. Speaker, I suggest that the Bahamian people seek to get their affairs in order. It would hurt my heart that through a lack of planning, funds that I worked hard for end up in the public purse. I want those that I designate to enjoy the fruits of my labor to enjoy them. So I will seek to approach all of the clearing banks. So I will seek to approach all of the clearing banks, as I suggest that everyone else does, to ensure that there are no accounts in the name of Denicio de Aguilar that are simply sitting there where the charges are killing the account and where the clock is ticking towards transfer of the funds to the central bank and onto the public treasury. Mr. Speaker, I agree and understand that 17 years is long enough. And to assure that my affairs are in order, I suggest that everybody checks out their accounts and ensures that they are accounted for. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Freetown supports the Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Bill 2018 and the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Bill 2018 for the reasons stated.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just like to give a shout out to my supporters in Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador for continuing to be the wind beneath my wings. Mr. Speaker, the member of Angleston raised two issues, but raised a number of issues, to which the Prime Minister responded to two. And I'm not quite sure if he understood fully the impact or the import of the questions raised by the member of Angleston in respect to those two matters. He responded to the matter of BPL and Shell. He indicated that there was a response to the RFP. There were about 12 or 19 companies that responded to the RFP. It was shortlisted to 5. That there were queries about irregularities, and that his office engaged an independent analysis to review the process to determine whether there were any irregularities. And I add the extent or the material, how material those irregularities may have been. I add those two. The extent to the materiality of the irregularities. Huh? Yeah.
Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Carmichael.
The report indicated that there were, I think, 2 immaterial, highly immaterial, not so much irregularities, errors, which did not impact the decision-making process at all. Yeah. Not at all. Not at all. And they indicated that in writing. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I believe is important to all of us here, those on that side and this side, is for us not to come here and fudge anything. We're not going to do that. And I'm sure that members' offices will not do it. So when the Prime Minister said that, he meant what he said. That's what reports
Mr. Speaker, all I am leading to is that the Prime Minister used the word irregularity. He used the word that they were not significant. I said I used the word material, to which you have confirmed that whatever may have been found, errors, mistakes, missteps, they were not material to the process. That's what he said. And that's what I was suggesting. Now, no, I was not smart. I was just repeating what I understood to be said. Now, Mr. Speaker, what coming out of what he said, which we did not know before, was that there was this independent assessor, which you have confirmed. You have confirmed that that was put in writing, so as to put to bed any of those, the issues that arise out there about whether Shell was that. I'll be very appreciative if the report of that independent analysis could be laid on the floor, I wish you could undertake to do that for us.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
And I thank him for yielding. I've said that here in this place before. I've indicated that there was an independent report. We've gone through the process here.
Thank you, honorable member.
The question, could the report be laid to remove any of the issues that still are alive out there? Huh? Would it be? Could it be laid? Taken under advisement. Okay, fine. I hope that it could. The second point made and responded to by the member, the Prime Minister, Member Kalani. The member raised the question that it has come to light that he is a shareholder, which he's confirmed, right? And she's also brought to light, which has already been in the public domain, that he very likely now is interested in a government contract. Now, did I say that? Did I say? I did not say that. I did not say. Listen. Yeah, please listen to what I'm saying, please. I did not say that. May I repeat what I said, Mr. Speaker? May I repeat what I said?
No.
May I repeat what I said?
Speaker, just a moment, honorable members.
The honorable member for Cat Island said he is interested in a government contract. Now, that is exactly what you said. If you can't hear your own self think, that's your problem. The rest of us over here said you say very succinctly, he, H-E, he is interested in a government contract. So please stop smudging in here, because you do it very well but very badly, okay? So retract it.
Yes, Chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, from Kingston, Salvador.
I know what I said. If the member from Abaco in the back said might. What I said, Mr. Speaker, is that the member from Angliston has indicated that the member from Kalani has shares in Fast Ferry. One. He confirmed that. She then went on to say that the Fast Ferry is interested in mail boat business. Well, listen, what I'm saying now then. This is what I'm saying now. What I'm saying now.
Honorable members, if I can clarify it. What I heard was you pierced the corporate veil by indicating that a shareholder
that he may likely have an interest in a government contract.
That he, right.
Yes.
Not the company.
Yes.
The company may have interest.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The fact. Yes.
You would agree.
Yes. Okay.
The company may.
May I? Okay. Let me paraphrase. Okay. Let me paraphrase. Mr. Speaker, as a shareholder.
Just a moment. The chair recognizes the member for Southern Shores on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I thought to make it clear that while I served as minister,
Still is the situation.
no new contracts were entered into with any mailboat service, while the honorable member for Angliston served, no new contracts for mailboat service were entered and signed or entered into, because I read the files.
What contract you talking about?
And
The last minister was Sidney Collins.
and saying that, I'm then satisfied that as long as those remain the facts, the government of the Bahamas have no contract with the Fast Ferry.
And if he wasn't wanting to table it.
Mr. Speaker, if they're talking with fudging, I don't want to fudge. The mailboat services are being paid for by this government to certain mailboat carriers today. If that is so, subsidies being paid today to mailboat services. You don't need a written contract to say that there's a contract in place for that to happen. The fact is not in writing, it's continuing, and there is an arrangement between mailboats in the Bahamas, carrying mailboats, conducting mailboat services on behalf of the government. First point. Second point is that it has been made public that the Fast Ferry company may have an interest or do have an interest in mailboat servicing that is contracted by the government. Now, so that is what's there. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I heard the member for Kalani. He may not know of it because he's not involved in the day-to-day operations of companies in which he has interest. I accept that. That's where I'm headed. But the fact that he is not involved in the day operations or is aware of the minutiae details of what is going on in a company which he has shares, once it comes to his attention that that company may have an interest in government contract, and he confirms that to be so, then he has, as the member for Kalani, St. Anne's did, come to the House and say, look, this is what's happening. I want to be exempted to allow the business to continue under Article 49. See, otherwise, that's what I'm saying. Yeah? That's the point that she's making.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where the member went.
Huh?
I have said that I also have shares in CIBC. I can recall that government would have been involved in borrowing money from CIBC. Government never came to me and asked whether there's a conflict, you know. I had nothing to do with it. Government got the money. All right? So was that a conflict too?
Certainly. Mr. Speaker, no, all I'm saying is that, see, as a public is a company that's trading publicly. It's not a private thing, right? So, I don't want it. Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying to the member, right, he could be faced with an application in the Supreme Court to have a seat declared vacant because companies he has an interest in has interest in government contracts. That's all I'm saying. Now you either come in and do as the member for St. Anne's did. I don't expect you to have known, but once you become aware of it, do the right thing. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Trivialize it. But that's the point we make, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start off by saying that to the members.
Just a moment. The chair recognizes the member for Bambuda on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order because the former minister would have spoken to this issue, and as the current minister, I stand also to reiterate that the government has no standing contract with the mailboat operators. However, there is a subvention paid to specific mailboat operators.
What are amounts to?
And I believe, as the opposition leader says, he says that Fast Ferry is interested, meaning that Fast Ferry is approaching government for a contract. There's no evidence of that. Okay? Now, if Fast Ferry is seeking to... Mr. Speaker, let me finish making my point. If Fast Ferry has approached a mailboat operator, or if a mailboat operator has approached Fast Ferry, that is a completely different scenario than what the member is currently putting forward, as if the Fast Ferry has approached the government of the Bahamas for a contract, and that has not happened.
Mr. Speaker, I never said such a thing.
That's what you said.
I'm saying
you said Fast Ferry.
What I'm saying is this, right? The government is paying for service in relation to mailboat services in the country, right? It's subsidizing it. They're paying it now. The only way they can do that is because there's an arrangement in place. An arrangement means a contract, right? Whether it's in writing or otherwise. Secondly, the point I make is that it has been said that Fast Ferry has an interest in mailboats that have an interest in subventions from the government. And if that is so, if you as a member of Parliament have shares in ferries, you're required under Article 49 to seek an exemption for that to carry on. And yes, you may not know that that's happening. I accept the Prime Minister's explanation. Look, I have shares in many companies. all over the place, and I'm not involved in it. But now it is there, and now that you know, well, it's come to say, he should check. He should check it. He should check it. That's what I said. That's all I said. Mr. Speaker, to the
Come on, you know I know. Y'all know.
Mr. Speaker, to the bill at hand, let me start off by saying, contrary to the assertion made by the member for Elizabeth, this side is fully aware and understands, all right, the need for the regulation and the administration of dormant accounts. This is not at all an attack on the central bank or criticism of the central bank. Mr. Speaker, this is a view of how the legislative regime in respect to the regime that should be set up for the purposes of administering and for the purpose of making use of dormant accounts. That's what this is about. And you may have a different view than we have about it. And we say it's fundamental on this side. And yes, this didn't just start, right? The notice on dormant accounts that was posted years ago under our regime. So we knew what was going on, and that's why I have a view. So it is not about attacking them, right? It is what you all have brought, and this is how we would have approached it if it had come to us. And that's the point. We would never make a decision, Mr. Speaker, we would never make a decision to take people's money without the opportunity of them being able to recover it. Never. Our position would have always been to attempt to reunite owners of assets with the assets, right? And that's what it should be. And it should be in perpetuity, and it should not be at any time just shut off. A person should always be able. Now, the likelihood of after 40 years or 30 years of someone coming up diminishes. The more the years pass, the more the right to recover or the claim to be proven diminishes. So why would you want to, in any event, deprive the person? Now, don't forget now. You see, it'll be helpful, I think, right, to understand the philosophy that underlies the making of provisions for the administration and regulation of dormant accounts. Right? The member for Freetown alluded to it. And many of you have alluded to it. Right? And so once you understand that, we'll appreciate the points we make. Right? In a perfect world, right, assets will never become dormant. But in reality, contacts with customers could be lost for any variety of reasons. The member for Molecule gave some examples. The member for Freetown gave some examples. And while efforts to reunite such assets with their customers, they vary, again, generally and greatly in the effectiveness, we should not discourage any efforts to reunite assets with their owners. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a commission in the United Kingdom last year that had the opportunity to review their first effort at dealing with regulating and making use of dormant funds, quite clearly spoke to some of the deficiencies that existed in, it's called a Dormant Bank and Building Society Accounts Act. It dealt with the deficiencies because of what they call the sufficient efforts to make contact with customers, sufficient efforts to reunite assets with owners. Because at the end of the day, it is a draconian measure to be depriving people of what they own. That's why we have Article 27 of our Constitution. And then we have to also understand our constitutional regime to determine whether what we are doing aligns with our constitutional provision. And so, Mr. Speaker, you find, there is what we call a public interest perspective that has evolved that now recognizes that it is not right that dormant assets should just reside indefinitely in banks or institutions. And let me point out that what we are doing, recognizing that public interest, right, you have two prongs to it. The first is where it is not possible to reunite assets with the rightful owners. There's a strong argument against just letting it stay in the bank. There's a strong argument against letting it stay in the bank. Where you can't, it's not possible to reunite the assets with its owners. And then the second, it's a process. No. So the second prong, it's not as long as it is politically expedient. The second prong to it is that dormant accounts create a liability. And that liability is with the bank. Because the bank owes that money to the customer. And at some point in time, they want to be relieved from that liability. So when you look at your bill and they speak about paying the funds owed to the central bank, it speaks first of all as to where there is a liability of the bank. Or in subsection 4, a bank in the Bahamas shall, where a liability exists. So you have the two prongs. The one, should remain in the bank indefinitely. Two, should the bank allow itself to be exposed to the liability indefinitely. And so the prevailing and progressive thinking, Mr. Speaker, was that the funds should be put to a public use, to the public use. So to do that, it goes into what they call a holding, it goes into a holding pattern. So the banks, in our instance, goes to the central bank. In many other jurisdictions, it'll go to maybe to the central bank or the treasury, and it's parked there. And then it stays there, and then where it is, it could be used. It is segregated as well. It's not mixed with the consolidated. It's not put into a consolidated fund. It's not commingled with any other fund. It is set aside. In England, for example, they set up a specific entity to deal with the funds that comes from a dormant account. And that's what I would recommend here, that we set up a separate entity. Because once it goes into the consolidated fund, there's a challenge. Because when you speak about its use, which is absent, and when you talk about its use, Mr. Speaker, you have a challenge as to how it could be used, right? So Mr. Speaker, and so again, prior to 1989, dormant assets resided, as I said, indefinitely with the banks, right? And this, as I've indicated, has evolved to be contrary to public interest perspective. Now, in 1989, that's when legislation was introduced to deal with dormant accounts. Right? So in 1989, which is now the present regime, and let's appreciate what the present regime is. The present regime is that the bank, after the account has become dormant, which is 7 years, they then transfer the funds to the central bank. Right? And at the central bank then has the right to accept the funds, keep it, invest it, all right, and have it available to pay out whenever the rightful owner appears. Whenever any of the assets to be reunited with its true owner, it is held by the central bank. But in the meantime, the central bank does in fact have the right to invest it. Now, what happened to the returns on those investments? Right? That's the central bank's responsibility. That's their responsibility. But the returns on investment goes to the account of the central bank. And perhaps that's what we should have been dealing with. Because they still will have, during the period of the 10 years is in the central bank, they have the right to invest it. There are returns on that investment. And the question is, what will happen to those returns? That is not addressed by the bill. Right? That has to be addressed by the bill. Or should it be? Should the returns just be left with the central bank? Or should a portion of it be used for a good cause or public purpose? So that is an issue that also ought to be addressed. The bill does not address that. Right? And so now with the new regime coming on stream, what we clearly see is that there is a challenge whether this bill could or would exist under our constitutional regime. Article 27, under Article 27 of the Constitution, which we all are aware of, that we just can't deprive persons of their property, right? That may, in this instance, the way the bill is set up, that after 17 years, I am barred as a rightful owner to be reunited in my assets because of this bill. To my view, would be unconstitutional. Right? And that's why in England, they set up something called the Reclaim Fund Limited, right? And what happens is the funds are paid in there. They disperse funds for the public good, and I'll identify some of them later on if I have the time. And they keep a reserve, and that reserve is kept to be able to meet any claims that may come later on by anyone. Now, as I said earlier, as time lapses, the likelihood of the rightful owner being identified diminishes. So there's no need, in our view, to put a bar to anyone not being able to reclaim. It's by natural aggression, you will not have a claim. Allow, through attrition, for that to fall away. You don't need to have this 17-year limitation within which a dormant account customer has to apply to reclaim his funds. Because if 17 years pass, right, it's very likely if 25 years pass, if 30 years, just like in Canada, where their regime is much different. They recognize that they'll be depriving persons of their property and will be offensive to their constitutional regime. And so what they've done is they said after 30 years, the funds could be put into, 30 years, depending, I think it's $1,000, and 100 years if it is over 100,000, over 1,000. And so they recognize that a right to my money ought to remain with me. And you know what is so interesting? When you're talking about rights, right? And the extinguishing of rights. Because you're extinguishing a person's rights to their money or their assets that's being held by a bank. You know, a recent case that came out of Privy Council just within the last month speaks to the fact that you can't really extinguish rights just like that, right? Where I think they go as far back as almost 200 years, a will that's about 200 plus years old. They're saying that the residuary beneficiaries under that will are now the persons entitled to some land from 200 years ago.
There's a will because they can't.
All right. And so it tells you that in these instances, appreciate that. Just by analogy, I say to us in here that as time passes, it becomes more challenging to identify and or to reunite an asset to its owner. And so there's no need, in our view, to put a limitation upon when a person could apply and retrieve or not apply. But leave it open. Yes, leave it open. Leave it open. Leave it open. Because time will take care of it. Time will capture it. It will not prevent, it does not, and Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, and it will not prevent you from being able to use the funds either. See, if there are some restrictions on your use of the funds, then I could see it. But in this instance, there could be no restriction on it. And I invite you to follow the model that is in place in England. I think time will diminish the ability of anyone and any, first of all, again, Mr. Speaker, yeah. And so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and even in Canada, UK, in the United States, the same thing applies. It's in perpetuity. They don't deprive the person. The person does not lose their right. Right? The ownership is not lost through the intervention of a statutory intervention like this. It continues and endures. What is recognized in all these jurisdictions is that time, more than likely, right, will extinguish those rights because so it'll be difficult, right? And so, Mr. Speaker, we point out that this legislative regime, we recognize, as I said, the underpinning philosophy of dealing and regulating dormant accounts. We also appreciate that it ought to be used for the public good. But our recommendation would be that in respect to the actual bill, Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to find. No, it's right here. Right here. Yeah. Speaker, we would, in respect to the bank and trust bill, we would have heard from both the member for Exoma and the member from Engliston our concern over the fact that the legislation paid little attention to the efforts of the bank in making contact with customers. And we think that is a key, there's a key as a bank in enabling the dormant accounts to be determined to be dormant. Right, and we would recommend an amendment to the Banks and Trust Companies regulation, where it would provide for the bank making sufficient efforts to contact the customer, and if the customer failed to respond within during that period, then the account could be deemed that would be defined. You know, that, again. Yeah. No, using the ordinary words. Ordinary words. Sufficient efforts will be. Mr. Speaker, my suggestion is that there should be evidence. That there should be evidence that efforts are being made, and the central bank should require that they see those efforts before the account could be deemed. It could be deemed, and I would recommend an amendment to the definition of dormant accounts to achieve that purpose. To achieve that purpose, and I've just did a back of the envelope amendments on a clean copy and passed it over to the persons opposite to the Attorney General, member from Carmichael. Sorry for that. But you know, the part-time Minister of Health, man, he's speaking for everybody, so I guess you can speak for the Attorney General, right? Yeah, you can take that. yeah. I sent it to you too. I sent it to you. And the Speaker, and then when you go to the provisions of the central bank, I think that there's one point I make too. If you look at, when you read if you look at the central bank amendment bill, what I recommend is, first of all, central bank is defined in the Act, in the Central Bank Act, and it's differentiated by just capital B, and then the other banks are just used as B bank. So when you read it, sometimes central bank pays to the bank. It might be confusing. So maybe if you just be consistent with the definition of central bank and use it in the amendment as well, because you're, for example, if you look at 24, all right? 24.1, right? If you look at 24.1, it says the central bank may accept. Right? You see that word? Central bank may accept. Now, if you look in the definitions under the actual act, you'll see that central bank is defined, but it's just a capital B bank. Am I correct? Am I correct? If you look at the definition, the central bank is not defined? Okay. Right. Right. Okay, sorry. Bank capital B. Right. Capital B. That's what I'm saying. That means central bank. Okay, so I'm saying instead of saying central bank, they should just say bank capital B, because it's defined. And then if you look at, then I think small b, bank, is any other regular bank. So I'm just saying that, of course, it gets confusing unless you go back, and so you might want to look at that. The second point I'd wish to make in respect to what we suggest as an amendment is where you see treasurer, because we are strongly of the view that the funds ought not to be paid into the consolidated fund, and it should be paid to either paid to another entity or paid or kept in the central bank to be administered by the central bank. But for the purposes of an amendment, we'll suggest an entity. And so we'll say where treasurer appears in the amendment, you substitute Reclaim Fund Limited, which is the equivalent of the London RFL. And so wherever treasurer applies, so that we will not have, and then add, yeah, whatever. It's just, I mean, the concept is to not have the funds in the consolidated fund. It's to put it, see, and I'm suggesting this because of what I heard the Prime Minister said. You know, in most of the countries where these funds are being used for two purposes. One, social and environmental. It's spelled out in several legislation. So in this instance, you are saying environmental because of the impact. But that's not what the Act is saying. Yeah, right? Just put it into the disaster fund. Just say these monies will go to the disaster fund instead of the consolidated fund. Right? That's challenging. Trust me. No, challenging. No. Allocation. You could allocate. Allocate. No, that's the same thing. The same thing. Y'all beat us up over that. We said it's segregated. And you had where the funds go in the consolidated fund. And then, if I may make some suggestion, may I have just 2 minutes to discuss my recommendation? Thank you.
Honorable member, was that directed at the chair?
Well, I thought I did it. I thought if I got the consent of their side, the chair will oblige me.
No, you should direct the request to the chair.
For you, Mr. Speaker. It's just I wanted to.
Yes.
What happened is my handwriting that is on the sheet, and it's a very unique style of writing, so that they'll understand what I'm saying here. In subparagraph 3, there's a threshold of under $500, less than $500, and more than $500. We're of the view that there's no need to segregate it. It's just leave it, whatever the amount is, send it over. Let all provisions, all regulations and use be one as opposed to separating it. And we recommend that you delete, as I would have, you see, as I have put the box around, 3, delete, which is AB, and then it just reads on. Huh? Oh, well, look. No, this is basic. This is basic. And no, Mr. Speaker, this was late last week. Right? We've done our best to be constructive in it. And then in 5, in subclause 5, I would be after pursuant, but subject to the 3. So these are the consequential amendments from the and then in 6, we're deleting A, deleting C, and just where the funds shall be used for social or environmental purposes. That's what I have there, and that's only what I would suggest there. And then the consequential amendments will be deleting 7, subparagraph 7, 8, and 9. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, we wish that we would have had more time to draft these documents, draft it. But I think if the government would not mind, I think we could discuss it, leave it in committee, and come back with a more a more palatable document so that we could have the truth. Yeah, because one, we have concerns about its constitutionality. Two, we have concerns about going into the consolidated fund. Three, we have concern that the use for the funds are not more particularly defined. And we have concern that persons are not paying dormant accounts, the definition of dormant accounts don't take into account the efforts of the bank to contact persons whose account may be being dormant. And for those reasons, as presently advised, we are unable to support the bill in the current form. In the current form.
As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to rise on behalf of the people of Carmichael. This has been a vibrant debate. There's been much thought shared, many interesting ideas that have been shared in this parliament. And that's what happens in a thriving democracy. That's what it's all about. That's why we're here. That's why we all can freely share opinions. Many opinions have been shared. And, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has even suggested some amendments. That's how legislation is improved. Proves whether or not we agree with it. You've had your say, you've shared your thoughts. But I'm disappointed that members opposite have indicated that they're not going to support it. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, even the deputy leader started his contribution by essentially saying that this was an improvement, this is a step ahead, this is something that we, yes. And so now they're not going to support something unless they get their way. Even when my son was a little boy, he wasn't a spoiled child like that. Speaker, let me just, I wasn't going to speak tonight, and then some of the things that were said compelled me to just say a few words. And I just want to start by speaking a little bit about what the current law is. And the current law is found in the Banks and Trust Companies Regulations Act and the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act. And what happens, Mr. Speaker, is that currently, if no transaction has been gone on an account, a deposit account, for a period of 7 years, or no statement of account has been requested, or no written acknowledgement has been received from the customer, then the bank transfers the equivalent amount of the sum that the customer has on deposit, and I keep emphasizing that word deposit, to the central bank. That extinguishes, under the current law, the bank's liability with respect to that account. And that's a very serious thing that members opposite should think about. They also should consider that the current law applies to deposit on accounts only. These are serious concerns. This is legislation that's been around for at least 18 years. And so it's very, very important that we seek to move ahead. The bank's only obligation thereafter, Mr. Speaker, is to keep a record of signature cards, signing accounts, and account records for such period or such time as the central bank notifies them. There's no stipulated period of time. It is arbitrary depending on the policy of the central bank at that time. And then the central bank has the power to accept the money, pay interest on it, and pay the money out to what the Act says is to any person entitled thereto. That's another question as to what that means. So, Mr. Speaker, with all those ambiguities, the government has brought forward legislation that seeks to make a difference for the people who entrust their money to banks and do business with banks. And the Prime Minister emphasized the critical nature of this by indicating that as of June, I think there was some $88,716,000 sitting in 42,452 accounts, central bank, over an undetermined period of years. All we know that, though, is that for at least 17 years, the amount that has been there is $41,300,000. We can determine that that's been there for 17 years. The other amounts have not been there for that period of time, but that's been there for 17 years or more. It will continue to sit there in perpetuity. I always have problems with that word. It will just continue to sit there. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are seeking now to make Cat Island, you always yield for me. If you want me to yield, I'll yield. But you have to be making a statement now. Speaker, just consider, with $41,300,000, the difference that is going to make for Bahamian people, for disaster preparedness right now. That's one of the things we're talking about. We've been so blessed that this year we didn't have a hurricane. But for the Bahamian people, instead of that money sitting in the central bank, for the people of Exuma who were impacted by hurricanes, Ragged Island, for the people of Cat Island. And you all really want to come here and say that tonight, Mr. Speaker? They really want to come here and say that? That they don't want that money. They don't want that $41 million.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island.
We never said that the funds should just sit there. The difference here is where they want to put it and how they want to use it. And what we say is put in legislation how the funds could be used. And what we say is not, don't put it in the consolidated fund, put it, either leave it in the central bank. That's what I said. Leave it in the central bank, right? And with specific directions how to be used. That's what I said. So we never, it's disingenuous to suggest that we are saying not to use the funds. In fact, I did a comparison of what is happening in the other countries. That is not correct to say that.
Mr. Speaker, all I know is that my Prime Minister cares so much about the people of Ragged Island, the people of Cat Island, the people of the Bahamas, that he's going to take this $41 million and put that into disaster preparedness for the Bahamian people.
You don't want to get up in this.
Now, Mr. Speaker, unlike the current law, this is another difference. This new legislation deals with different types of accounts. And that's why I emphasize that the current law deals only with deposit accounts. In this law, it deals with money on deposit accounts, including demand savings fixed-term deposit accounts. It deals with checking accounts. These are funds that are not caught by the current legislation, which is just sitting there and we don't know what the banks are doing with it. It deals with bank drafts, cashier checks, certified checks, and money orders, which could be sitting in any bank now in this country, and we don't have an account of. It deals with travelers' checks. It deals with people like you people like you, Ragged Island, where you all overpay your credit card. You have enough money to overpay it. It deals with credit card, positive balance, credit balances on credit cards. It deals with credit balances on loans, collaterals held on loans, including cash and non-cash collaterals. Funds paid for shares and other interest on a license, custody accounts, and a safety deposit box. All, see, Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm going through this is that the current law does not deal with these things. So we don't know what is happening with respect to these types of funds that are in banks now. And it's important for the Bahamian people to be able to know. It deals with deposit accounts of precious metals and precious gemstones. Deals with securities and other deposit accounts or other facilities that the governor may by notice determine. That's the importance of it, because the amount of money, that 88 million that we're talking about that the central bank has now, could be multiplied by millions or by hundreds of millions, depending on what the banks actually hold that we don't know. That's why this is so important. That's why this is so critical. And that's why the Bahamian people can thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for this disaster fund that's going to protect Ragged Island, protect Cat Island, Long Island, Crooked Island, and Acklands. All of us. Speaker, another difference in the legislation is that the banks are permitted to hold these assets that I mentioned for a period of up to 2 months after the end of a calendar year, after 7 years has expired. So currently they hold it for 7 years. But now they hold it for 7 years, plus takes to the end of the calendar year. So for example, if the 7 years ended in January, they hold, it'll be held up until, can be held up until December or February the next year. Okay? That's extra time for them, and the customer has still not initiated any transaction. Then the bank pays the equivalent of that amount to the central bank. They can liquidate safety deposit boxes and pay the balance to proceeds of sale to the central bank. The Speaker, you don't know how many central safety deposit boxes are sitting there. We don't know what are in them for so many years. And we don't know what happens to them. We don't know what happens to them. I know that the bank drills them after a period of time. But we don't know what happens to the assets in it because they're not deposit accounts. These are critical issues that we as Bahamians ought to know. The Speaker, if there are any extenuating circumstances, the central bank has the power to exempt the bank from those provisions that I just spoke about. But only where there are extenuating circumstances. And that's right, because we ought to know. Speaker, where the bank cannot liquidate an asset, precious gemstone, securities, where they don't have a ready buyer, where they can't be sold, or where they are deemed to be worthless, can't immediately be sold. The bank can transfer the asset itself to the central bank under this legislation. Or they can continue to hold the asset until they liquidate it. But they're no longer holding it on behalf of the depositor. They're holding it now as an agent of the central bank, essentially as an agent of the Bahamian people. They're being held responsible. And they're being required to retain the records for 15 years after they make payment to the central bank. There's no whimsy as in current legislation. It's very, very clear. Speaker, central bank has an obligation to pay the money transferred to it to the Treasurer of the Bahamas. Excuse me. And where the money is less than $500 within 2 months after it has been received by them. And that is to avoid bureaucratic nightmares. And I know that Exuma has touched on that, but I'm going to come back to that because it's not as he thinks it is. Secondly, if it's more than $500, then within 2 months after the end of the calendar year, after 10 years have expired. So it's not merely 7 plus 10. It is 7 years plus the end of the calendar year up to 2 months, and then 10 years plus the end of the calendar year up to 2 months. So it could end up being 18 years. It could end up conceivably being 19 years in some cases. But what is happening, what is important, Mr. Speaker, is that after that period, after that 17 to 19 years, the money will vest in the treasurer for the benefit of the Bahamian people. That is critical. That means that we can do things for the Bahamian people rather than having $88 million sitting in our central bank with no owner. We can do things for the people of Nassau Village, to keep them safe in hurricanes. We can do things to keep the people in Pinewood, in South Beach, in Northern Lutra, and Saudi Lutra, safe from hurricanes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members opposite are going to vote against this.
You better walk out before the division.
And then there's an additional safeguard, Mr. Speaker. It's not to be disposed of unless both houses of Parliament approve by resolution. It has to come here. Both houses of Parliament. The deputy, you better speak to your leader. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of questions that members opposite have raised. And they're legitimate questions. I commend them for raising the issues that they feel are important for the Bahamian people to contemplate as we debate this legislation. I want to touch on a number of them, and I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, to Exuma and Ragged Island for giving me the text of his well-considered comments. He raises the issue, and I'd like to quote what he's written. I don't know if that's what he said, but if it changes, I'm sure he'll tell me. He said, thirdly, I question the flawed rationale of Section 4 of the Central Bank Amendment Bill that requires banks to turn over to the treasurer faster and to stop paying the interest on small accounts under $500, but apply more leniency and pay interest at fares to accounts over $500. Exuma, it may appear to be that way from the section that I read and that you read, but you have to read, as they teach you in law school, you have to read legislation as a whole. And so if you go to Section 2, subsection 4, and you see the provisions there, you'll see that, if I can, just forgive me. That's the section you referred us to. And then I want to take you to subsection 7 because you referred us to subsection 4. The central bank shall make application to the minister on behalf of an entitled person for repayment by the treasurer to the bank of a specified amount paid to the treasurer pursuant to subsection 3, which is the section that you referred to, where A, the bank paid the funds to the central bank represents to the central bank that is satisfied that the person is entitled to receive an equal amount where the funds were paid to the central bank in Bahamian dollars, or an equivalent amount where the funds were paid to the central bank in any other currency, and B, the entitled person makes a claim to the bank that paid the funds to the central bank within 10 years of the transfer to the central bank. So if you go back to subsection 3 that you referred us to, 3A, 3B, 1, the funds that are transferred within 2 months to the treasurer, still on less than $500, may still be payable within that 10-year period under 7B, under 7B. We look at it. So notwithstanding the early transfer from the central bank to the treasurer, that sum may still be payable over that 10-year period just like any other sum. Sorry? It applies to all of it. Everything. Everything. You look, read, have a good read at 7. Yes. Yes. No. That is the period time when the money is transferred from the treasurer, from the central bank to the treasurer. But not, yes. But I'm speaking about the 10-year period. Within the 10-year period, whether it is under $500 or over, 7B is a save, applies and saves it. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, what I was dealing with was the comment that was made by the member for Exuma, which assumed that because money was paid to the treasurer within a 2-month period, that a person still could not claim that money, as with the over $500. But whether it is under $500 or over $500, the claim can still be made having regard to Section 7B. That's what the law says, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Two top lawyers arguing. Exuma says this. And I'm telling the point is, I know my league. See, I stay out.
Mr. Speaker. The member for Exuma. Member for Exuma also raised an issue with respect to the definition of a dormant account. And I really expected that if you had a suggested amendment to this definition of dormant account, and when I asked him about it, he referred me to his leader, as he should have, who he said was going to deal with that. And who I have, listen, I have the greatest respect for his legal knowledge. He just saved one of my clients in the Court of Appeal recently, one of my former clients in the Court of Appeal recently, even though I never got my fees.
That's in a dormant account. You ain't gonna get that in 10 years.
Court of Appeal ordered no money for Desmond. Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that if there was a suggestion for an amendment, and members would have heard myself and my colleague next to me ask the member for Cat Island if he didn't have something more substantial than what he suggested. Because what he suggested as an amendment really doesn't clarify anything, doesn't clear up anything. It makes it even more unclear by the use of that word. And so, what is important, Mr. Speaker, is that I want to suggest to the member that the definition of dormant account, as you read it, deals with the issue that you have raised with whether all of the accounts should remain active rather than the other way around, because of the way it specifies it. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that the member raised, for Exuma raised, he said the section relating to safety deposit boxes must be revisited. It seems the bill authorizes the bank to invade the privacy of box holders where they have not been checked by the customer for 7 years, even if he has paid or continues to pay for the box. First of all, Mr. Speaker, if he continues to pay for the box, it's not a dormant account under the definition.
An active account.
But also, I want to suggest to the member for Exuma that he has a good look at subsection 3C. And I keep mixing all this up, so please forgive me. 3C, a facility other than one referred to in paragraphs A or B from the date on which the facility was issued, established, or the obligation to make a payment with respect to facility accrued, whichever is later. And I believe that answers that, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the member for Exuma raised an issue with respect to exemption. Clause 9B of the Central Bank Amendment Act is strange in that it seems to absolve the government of liability if they settle a claim and someone else claims the same account later. I doubt that is what is intended. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what was intended. Because if the member raised the legislation, he will see that the bank would have paid the initial sums on the central bank, capital B, would have paid the initial sums on a representation by the commercial bank. So the commercial bank is not exempted from liability in this section. The commercial bank would have made a representation to the central bank, and based on their representation, the money would have been paid out. And so they would have liability with respect to that. This liability is with the bank.
The small b.
The small b.
Everybody in
Speaker.
school today.
So that bank is not absolved from liability. Speaker, I'm sorry to see that several members opposite wanted to speak about BPL. I guess they did because of what happened today. The member said that well, a lot of what we see at BPL appears to be a lack of duty of care to manage costs downward. Well, we already have one of the highest rates of electricity in the region. Speaker, that's not so, and the member knows it, with respect to the rates in the region. But I'm not going to condescend to that. What I want to do, Mr. Speaker, is just touch on something that I think that all of us as responsible members of Parliament should do. I looked at the price of oil. Let's look at the price of oil. Because we should, as members of Parliament, we should be telling our people what the truth is. From June 2017, every single month, the price of oil has increased. In June 2017, the price of oil, barrel of oil, is $46.17. In July, it went up to $47.66. In August, it went up to $49.94. In September, it went up to $52.95. In October 2017, it went up to $54.92. In November 2017, it went up to $59.93. In December 2017, it went up to $61.19. In January of this year, it went up to $66.23. In February of this year, it went down to $63.46, and then went back up in March to $64.16. In April, it went up to $68.79. In May, it went to $73.43. In June, it went to $71.98. And then back to $72.67, $71.08. In September, it went to $75.36. And then in October, it went to $76.73. So, if we looked at it, if we looked at it, Mr. Speaker, essentially, Now, I'm going to come to you, Angleston, because you said something too. But I think it's important.
I want you to know that you're mistaken about that. Otherwise, I think you eliminate somebody.
Angleston, I don't come here to intimidate anyone. What Angleston did say, Mr. Speaker, is the price of oil has gone down. And she's right. In the last month, the price of oil has gone down. That's all she said. In the last month, the price of oil has gone down. Since October 31st, the price of oil has gone down.
This what, November the 21st, 21 days.
So, Angleston is correct that during the month of November,
But you had to
the
buy
price
oil.
of oil has gone down. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the bills that we are getting now reflect oil bought 3 months ago. That's what's important for to appreciate. Let's tell our people the truth. We're receiving bills now that reflect the price of oil 3 months ago. Mr. Speaker, diesel, the time we were buying it, was $91 a barrel. HFO, heavy fuel oil, was $70 a barrel. Those are the realities that our people should be told. Well, not a half to. Yes, over the past 2 weeks, the price of oil has gone down. You're correct. You just didn't say over the past 2 weeks. Speaker, some of the other things that I heard, when I heard about the chaos of BPL and the price of oil has gone increasing, mind-boggling increases because of it. Speaker, I don't think the person who said that, Angleston, knows what Naughty Lutra knows. Where they brought in a company called Power Secure. 10 huge generators. Who bought them? 10.
And the one they rented.
They were not supposed to be put into permanent service. They were supposed to be standby generators. Huge. If you see them, they're like trailers. There are 4 of them that work now because they were not supposed to be used the way they're used. Yeah.
If you recognize the honorable member for the
Thank you very much,
Romans.
Mr. Speaker. The minister appears to be moving on, but before he does that, I wonder whether he is suggesting that the bills that's being received by customers is directly reflective of the price of oil. First question. One component. And secondly, I wonder whether the minister is saying something different from the CEO of BPL, who made some assertions that there are estimates being made with respect to the price of oil.
Estimates made with respect to what?
The price of oil.
No.
Right? The price of oil, and I wonder also if the minister would explain whether this is the only factor involved, or whether it's a circumstance of the BPL now using less efficient machinery. He's speaking to telling the whole story. So I just want to give the minister the benefit of full transparency, so that he doesn't do what he is accusing others of doing.
Speaker, I'm glad that the member for Exuma, Ragged Isle, has given me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you. And that's why I gave the price of diesel, because I spoke of the price of diesel at $91 a barrel and the price of HFO at $70 a barrel. Speaker, it is public knowledge that we've had 2 fires at BPL. 2 very, very tragic fires that caused us to have to move from a cheaper fuel to a more expensive fuel. And one of the challenges right now that I have is that I've been silent on this because I'm waiting for insurance investigators to be able to make their complete report, so I don't come here with speculation of the Damien people. So I just want to go back to Thursday, March 19, 2015, because a lot has been said. This is an article in the Tribune by Francesca Brown, Tribune staff reporter. Prime Minister Perry Christie said yesterday there's a lot of work to do at the Bahamas Electricity Corporation before the summer to prevent the entire grid from collapsing.
Your former leader, the one that lost.
Quote, prevent the entire grid from collapsing.
causing further widespread power outage during the peak season.
That was 2016.
Speaking to the media outside the House of Assembly yesterday, Mr. Christie said the government must get plans underway to prevent any further blackouts, especially during the hottest months of the year. He also said officials are now holding final meetings to wrap up discussions on BEC's restructuring. He said a management company should be announced very soon. His comments came shortly after nearly 10% of the capital was left without electricity after 2 engines at BEC's Clifton Pier power plant failed around 10:20 a.m. The supply interruption came less than a week after an island-wide outage, which forced the company to conduct load-shedding activities throughout New Providence over the weekend. Some residents reported they were without power for up to 36 consecutive hours.
Yep.
Free National Movement leader Dr. Hubert Minnis said the blackout exposed a crisis in leadership. And then let me just go on.
Honorable member, that's a Tribune report.
This is a Tribune, yes, sir.
You're adopting.
And I adopt it. I am deeply concerned. No, let me say it. I am deeply concerned. Not just about that. But obviously that we must almost immediately put into effect efforts to prevent the entire collapse of the grid, to be able to anticipate this summer when we are going to have more hotel rooms added. Therefore, BEC has a lot of work to do.
Rub the L.
When I thought came out of this was, however, it happened. And even if it was negligence, however happened, what I found remarkable was the response of the BEC team in being able to get back up and get people connected very effectively in a short number of time. Minister of Works Philip Davis said he is satisfied the blackout which came after a fire in the trenches of the Blue Hill Power Plant was not the result of employee negligence. This contradicted BEC Executive Chairman Leslie Miller, who had initially blamed employees for the problem but backtracked on Tuesday.
Who was the Minister of Works?
When you look at what happens in the United States of America and the time it takes for them to get back up, I think we have to applaud the persons who worked for BEC and how they were able to respond. It's a fire, Speaker. It's a fire that was predictable. This is the ones that we had are predictable. And I'm not making any excuses for BPL. We have to do a better job. We all have to do a better job. And some of the conditions I saw at Clifton when I came in, I spoke here about them. I spoke about trying to improve those conditions. Those conditions were in place they were inherited by your government, and you left them for me to deal with. And Mr. Speaker,
No point of order. No point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to try to deal with them. And we're going to try, when we deal with them, we're going to be honest and straightforward with Bahamian people. We can tell them what is not related. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, increases relate to the price of diesel, because now we're running generators, as the CEO said, which run on more expensive fuel. They run on diesel, which costs more than HFO. That's the challenge. And we're doing that because we had those fires, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch on some matters that the honourable member for Cat Island raised. And no, Mr. Speaker, if you would permit me, let me just say this. All of us are Bahamians who are concerned about the plight of our citizens. All of us. I had a meeting with BPL's board on Monday morning for over 2 hours. I had another one at lunch time today with some of their executives. And on a regular basis, members opposite were in power and we're in power. Anywhere from 4,500 to 6,000 Bahamians have no power. These are serious issues that all governments, oppositions, everybody, all of us have to take seriously. And I've looked at some figures and persons who have been disconnected for long periods of time. I have some in my constituency, and I don't know how they exist without power. These are what the Prime Minister tried to deal with earlier this year when he changed an initiative and allowed people to come in and pay 25% of what they owed and pay the balance over a period of time. One of the things that BPL found is that after a few months, it went back to normal. So people benefited from it. But then A lot of people took it for granted. Businesses also. I'm not speaking about people who were hurting and couldn't do any better, but too many people took it for granted. So we have to find very real means of dealing with these issues. And not trivialize it by coming up here in Parliament and throwing these things around in a trivial way. These are very serious issues that impact Bahamian people. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to, the member for Cat Island touched on two things I think I should speak about. The first, he indicated that we should set up a separate entity. And one of the things that I know the Prime Minister has indicated that we're going to do certain things with respect to hurricanes. But we also have to be careful how we look at setting up more bureaucracies in government. We're looking at, Speaker, we look at the manage $41 million plus going on. So you have a finance man next to you, Cat Island. He could tell you what it takes to do that. You set up a separate entity in government, it is going to be a costly exercise. It is going to be a costly exercise, and it can't just stay in the central bank. I told you why earlier on. So, Mr. Speaker, we can't be setting up more bureaucracies at the expense of the Bahamian people, where these bureaucracies are going to help to diminish.
Sit down on the front bench, Travis, now.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for the Zomas and
Member
Ragged Island.
for Michael and the minister responsible for BPL has respectfully not fully addressed the issues raised. And I know this isn't the time or place. And I'm delighted to hear the minister say that he doesn't wish to trivialize this or gloss over it, and he's prepared to be accountable to the Bahamian people and manage it downward. I noticed some laughter in the background, but I'm delighted that the minister wasn't laughing, because this is a serious issue for the Bahamian people. And I know this isn't the debate for this issue, but there are some inconsistencies with respect to the billing, with respect to cost of fuel, with respect to estimations in billings. And I'd like to not belabor the point further, but no doubt the minister will make a communication to Parliament on this issue at some point, because regrettably, the Bahamian people are gravely concerned, and small businesses and others are feeling dire consequences as a result. And the going back and forth with the minister tonight at this point isn't going to resolve these issues. It's not going to appease the public, and therefore I believe a fuller explanation might be required. So I don't want to belabor and infringe on your good graces, Mr. Speaker, with a back and forth. But I would ask the minister in his usual politically mature manner to fully address this issue with the public.
Speaker, I believe the member for Exuma knows that there's nothing I say in here that is not said in a politically mature manner, because I'm very cognizant of what I say in this place. And when I indicated to him that the price of diesel was $91 a barrel, is what we had to buy, and HFO was $70 a barrel, and you can see the difference in the prices. And I can come with a whole lot more information. But one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that I do recommend to Bahamian people is that they ask BPL to help them with an energy audit. I sat down, Mr. Speaker, over the luncheon break with someone from BPL who's been seeing any number of Bahamian consumers. And in every case, in every single case, he's indicated to me that when he sat down with them and showed them their bills and their consumption, and how their consumption has increased over the last few months, and the differences in their consumption, he was able to account for that. And also, Mr. Speaker, BPL offers a service where they can come in your home and they can tell you where you are using energy that you may not even think you're using it. These energy audits are important, I think, for all Bahamians. I just found out the other day, someone told me that even when I turned the cable box off, that is still using energy up all night. I didn't know that. So there are any number of devices in our homes that are actually taking up energy, using energy, we may not know. And I want to encourage all of our people, all of us here, to be able to do that. I know that a minister in the government has some challenges with BPL. And he may not be the only one. There are any number of challenges that any of us face with big organizations. So it's important for us to make that organization small enough so that it is responsive. When I say small enough, I mean, I don't mean cut down on people. I mean, make it an organization that understands and appreciates the needs of the Bahamian people and understands it has to respond. And so I would encourage Bahamians to go out and get energy audits. And BPL is offering a number of other services that will be important to us. And at various stages, as I always have, I will make communications. But I'm also cognizant, Mr. Speaker, of the fire. I'm cognizant of what the insurers and the investigators are doing. And I don't want to send the wrong message to the country. And that's why I've remained silent. Mr. Speaker, the member for Cat Island raised the issue of constitutionality, and I know that he has outstanding knowledge of the Constitution. And he referred us to Article 27. I just want to refer the honorable member to Article 27(2)(c), which says that nothing in this article shall be construed as affecting the making or operation, and I believe that the honorable member next to me said it, of any law so far as it provides the taking of possession or acquisition of property as an incident of a lease, tenancy, mortgage, charge, bill of sale, pledge, or contract. Everyone, every consumer, every bank customer is a customer by virtue of their contract with the bank. And so this is not a provision that is subject to constitutional challenge under Article 27 as the member has raised. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a contractual obligation that you have left your money with the bank by virtue of that contract, and the bank is acting in accordance with that contract when it passes the money on. Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker,
Combined with 28.
I already spoke about the indeterminate length of time that money is being held by a central bank. It's not being used to benefit us. And so the last point with respect to time that the member for Cat Island raised is something that I don't need to touch on again. I want to say to all members, though, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, that it is the intention, and members' offices have spoken about what happens in Canada. It's very interesting that instead of speaking about Canada throughout, when a particular provision in the Canadian law with respect to moving the money to their central bank was not in accordance with what members wanted, that they went to the English law. But notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, it is the intention of the government to create a searchable database so that all funds that are at the central bank are subject to search by anyone. And if they can make the claim in accordance with the law, then those funds are going to be able to get those funds. Speaker, with those few words, I support the bills that are before us. I do thank the Prime Minister for
Allowing you to wrap up.
how much he loves this country. That this money, this $41 million, is going to be applied to disaster relief for our people, the disaster fund. I hope that after I've spoken, that members' offices will reconsider the stance that they've taken. This is legislation that, Speaker, this is legislation that's going to make a difference for the Bahamian people. This is legislation that is progressive. This is legislation that the Bahamian people deserve. We are entitled to know what happens to that money. We're entitled to be able to utilize it. And we are entitled to be able to use it after a reasonable period of time. Carmichael, wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker, supports the legislation.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act to provide for the transfer to the Treasurer and disposal of dormant account balances paid to the Central Bank and for connected purposes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act to provide for the transfer to the Treasurer and disposal of dormant account balances paid to the Central Bank and for connected purposes.
For the second reading and committal of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I do move for a bill for an act, for second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the administration and regulation of dormant account balances held by banks.
You guys second that?
Honorable members, it's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the administration and regulation of dormant account balances held by banks. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the administration and regulation of dormant account balances held by banks.
For the second reading and committal of banks, of bills.
No further second reading, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Committee of the whole House.
Mr. Speaker, we do move at this time that the House resolves itself in the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Second that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, has been moved and seconded that the House resolve itself in the Committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House will now resolve itself in the Committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair.
You have an extra copy of the bill? You have an extra copy of the bill? An extra copy of the bill. Committee of the Whole. You recognize the member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Chair, I do move a bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act to provide for the transfer to the Treasurer and disposal of dormant account balances paid to the Central Bank and for connected purposes. I move that the long title be agreed.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Being moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do move that the short title and commencement the citation and commencement be agreed.
Seconded, Mr. Chair.
Being moved and seconded that the short title, citation, and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title, citation, and commitment of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that clauses 2 through 9 be agreed.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 9 of the bill be agreed. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 9 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
I second that, Mr. Chair.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Those opposing will rise.
You opposing?
It was foreshadowed that the government members would not accede to any amendments. Hence, I did not move any.
Yeah. Right.
So this is the third time.
Yeah. Thank you.
And we would seek to have it looked at in the Senate.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Chair, we do thank the Leader of the Opposition for that, because those amendments that he would seek to, the Attorney General would have to take a look at those in any event, and so would the Cabinet of the Bahamas. So at this point in time, Mr. Chair, I do move that the long title for a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the administration and regulation of dormant account balances held by banks be agreed.
I second that, Mr. Chair.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do second that.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do move that clauses 2 through 15 be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do second that.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 15 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 15 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do hereby second that.
Being moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the Speaker once again takes the chair.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Being moved and seconded that the Speaker now do take the chair. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Speaker will now take the chair. Speaker, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the bill and have made no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of Committee of the Whole House has reported that the Committee of the Whole House has gone through both bills, having made no amendment thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I do move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act to provide for the transfer to the Treasurer and disposal of dormant account balances paid to the Central Bank and for connected purposes.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
It has been moved and seconded that that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act to provide for the transfer to the Treasurer and disposal of dormant account balances paid to the Central Bank and for connected purposes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The motion is agreed. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act to provide for the transfer to the Treasurer and disposal of dormant account balances paid to the Central Bank and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Act 2018. Further third reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I do move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the administration and regulation of dormant account balances held by banks.
Is there a second?
Second that.
It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the administration and regulation of dormant account balances held by banks. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The motion has been carried. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the administration and regulation of dormant account balances held by banks.
Order that the following bill be passed and the title thereof be declared to be the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Act 2018. For the third reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Speaker, there are no more third readings.
Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions.
You're going to read that,
Member statements. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
I just wanted to speak to one or two things regarding Centerville. We would have continued our cleanup program in Peters Street and in Fritz Lane as well as Plantal Street. We also visited quite a number of the schools in the area, namely Centerville Primary, D.W. Davis, and Columbus Primary School. Mr. Speaker, when I began my campaign, last May, I campaigned on change. I also campaigned on the fact that I endeavor to do my best not to stick with the status quo. So in the spirit of Thanksgiving, Centerville has what we call a minister's or a member of parliament award for persons that believe that you do not have to be partisan or things do not have to be political for you to do good. And this is the Centerville Member of Parliament Thumbs Up Award. And there were two awards that we're distributing today, and I will be posting these on Facebook immediately. That's why I wanted to do it now. And this award is to Centerville Member of Parliament Thumbs Up Award to Mr. Clint Watson for Beyond the Headlines. because we could appreciate his work in the Department of Corrections and what he has pushed to do in terms of striving for non-political achievement and direction in this country. The Centerville Member of Parliament Thumbs Up Award also goes to Mrs. Gina Knowles from Head Notes, who endeavored to non-politically assist in the research and rescue of Mr. Byron Ferguson. And so these awards, Mr. Speaker, will be delivered to these persons because they endeavor to change the status quo. They have endeavored non-politically to do what is best to preserve and protect and promote what is Bahamian and what is good about us. And so Centerville wants to acknowledge these people in the spirit of thanksgiving for the work that they would have done in their particular fields of studies and their particular areas of commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Further member statement. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Yamacraw.
Mr. Speaker, I would just by way of announcement, first I would like to congratulate the member of St. Barnabas. I was not here on the island when they celebrated the Edmund Moxie the day and the festival, but it was I just wanted to congratulate him because I think the truth about the life, works, and times about Mr. Edmund Moxie will reveal so many of the lies that have been told in this community. And the recognition of this first-class Bahamian citizen is timely in that what he experienced in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas represents some of the most heinous exhibition or demonstration of human inhumanity to a person and their family. And so I'd just like to congratulate you for leading that, for reintroducing the whole concept that he worked all his life to do. That is to respect ourselves, respect over the hills, respect what is black, respect what is Bahamian, culture, and all those different things. And when you told me about the people dancing, the food, and politics being out of the window, and persons from all segments of the society coming to over the hill to have that experience, I was delighted. I would also like to express condolences to Senator Jenny Isaacs Dawson on the passing of her beloved sister, and to let her know that her family, she and her family are in my prayers. I would also like to thank the participants in the town meeting that was held in Yamacraw, looking at the Bahamas' accession to the WTO.
Those accounts.
Mr. Lang and a number of other persons who came. We had persons from Freeport, and the member for Centerville, I understood, was there, and they participated in a lively discussion. And so, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Further member statement. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the heels of the comment by the Member of Parliament for Yamacraw, first of all, I would like to thank him for his kind words. Mr. Speaker, often in politics, our politics, we're known more for the divisions that come about because of our politics and the things that divide us as political parties. So I feel that it's very important when we do have those moments, those too few moments, I might add, where something or events or a person or the ability to celebrate a person transcends politics. I feel that it's important for us to note that. The Edmund Spencer Moxie Cultural Week was a phenomenal week, from the service at First Baptist to the Coconut Grove Festival. I want to thank all the members of the government, as well as members of the opposition that attended the ceremony that the Prime Minister, where the Prime Minister would have commissioned the Youth and Community Center and opened the Edmund Moxie Cultural Park. And I think by virtue of the demographics and the persons who attended, it showed that Edmund Moxie transcended politics and transcended socio and economic background. It was unbelievable, and I thank you too, Mr. Speaker, for attending. It was unbelievable on Friday and Saturday as Bahamian artists performed, to see the Bahamians celebrating, Bahamians from all walks of life, people from the Grove, Black Village, Kalani, Yamacraw, and it just shows that we can celebrate us, we can entertain ourselves in a valuable component, Mr. Speaker. So that week, while it did represent us celebrating Edmund Moxie, it also gave us an opportunity to have a larger discussion about culture, but it truly and profoundly was an opportunity for us to celebrate us, Mr. Speaker. So I do want to thank the Edmund Moxie Cultural Week Committee. I want to thank the people of St. Barnabas that have been asking for it. I want to thank in particular the people of Coconut Grove, and I know that the member of Angliston does represent a part of Coconut Grove, and they enjoyed it, Mr. Speaker. And so I do want to thank everybody and for their efforts and what they allowed to happen over the last week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Bain and Grantstown.
I just rise to firstly thank the people of Bain and Grantstown who continue to support me in my efforts to represent them in this Honorable House of Assembly. And secondly, I would like to join in the sentiments of the member for Yamacraw in commending the outstanding work of my colleague here, the member for St. Barnabas, Mr. Shannon Cartwright, who I believe would have done a tremendous job over the weekend celebrating the Edmund Moxie Week and really exposing our true Bahamian culture, history and legacy of where we were, where we are now, and where our culture could go in the years ahead. So I certainly commend him and his team on that for a job well done. In addition, I would like to commend my colleague from Pinewood, His Excellency Reuben Rahman. He too would have had a commissioning and renaming ceremony of the Pinewood Park to the, I think it was the Isaiah Taylor, park. And so I think both of them would have done an outstanding job, and certainly the community, the country at large can see the great work that they are doing, and so we commend them on behalf of Bain and Grantstown. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring notice to the members, the residents of my community, that we're now in the process of accepting applications from young persons within the community. We're about to launch the Bain and Grantstown Dive and Navigational Academy. So young persons throughout the community between the ages of 18 and 35 are welcome to come to the constituency office to sign up to be a part of that initiative. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as a young man growing up in a community of Bain and Grantstown, there are a number of elderly persons that you would see walking throughout the community on a daily basis. And it was those individuals that helped to rear and bring me up in a community with the fear and the admonition of God. And so I'm always mindful when I see persons, elderly persons who would have paved the way so that I could stand where I stand today, so that generations like myself, young persons, young Bahamians, could be able to go on to be trailblazers. One of the things that most concerns me, and particularly in my community, Mr. Speaker, is to see 60, 70, 80-year-olds, Mr. Speaker, walking from pillar to pillar, whether they're leaving home to go to NIB or to the hospital. And so my constituency, community, and my team, we have come together to ask the public to assist us in providing, we're trying to produce a senior citizens, the Bain and Grantstown Senior Citizens Bus Shuttle that would be able to allow senior citizens in the community to call the constituency office, whether they need to get to the NIB to collect their pension or whether they need to do a hospital visitation. My community is rich with these individuals who would have done a tremendous job in building young persons like myself and building the country. And so we're on a mission to raise some funds to provide a bus shuttle for these senior citizens to make their life just a tad bit more easier, and to say thank you for the great work they have done in building our nation. So, Mr. Speaker, to those persons who may be under the sound of my voice and may have a pocket large enough where their accounts are not dormant and they would may be interested in seed into this vision, I invite you to make contact with the constituency office to be a part of this revolutionary change. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I regret that I was not able to do a formal communication to the House, but there are a few matters of interest to the public as it relates to a recall of romaine lettuce contaminated with E. coli, and basically all romaine lettuce from the United States, if you happen to have any, should be tossed away. The challenge is that most people who have romaine lettuce, unless you grew it yourself or saw who grew it locally, we are advising that you discard it. There are also reports of contaminated turkey products, Mr. Speaker, contaminated with salmonella. And salmonella is a serious pathogen. And so we would suggest that any turkey products be carefully cooked and to be very careful. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, there is a challenge with the swine flu in the Bahamas. And we have now had a number of cases of swine flu, including one death. It becomes very important for people to avail themselves of the flu vaccine, which is available free of charge at most of the clinics around the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We have ample supplies. And I would encourage you, if you have not gotten your flu shot, to do so immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, while you're still on your feet, the symptoms of the swine flu, is it different from the regular flu, just so the public would know?
Not really, Mr. Speaker. And so the symptoms can sneak up on you. Interestingly, some of the people that succumb to swine flu can be younger, stronger individuals. And so it is recommended that if you fit into one of the categories of people, and I can go through them, so all healthcare workers, daycare providers and school teachers, children between ages of 6 months and 5 years, any household contacts with children, the elderly, patients with chronic non-communicable diseases, such as chronic lung disease, heart disease, kidney, liver, neurologic, blood, or metabolic disorders, people who are immunosuppressed, like with HIV, women who are or will be pregnant during the influenza season, people who are residents of nursing homes, and people with extreme obesity, meaning a BMI of 40 or greater. Mr. Speaker, I've just described a plurality of the population of the Bahamas. We have adequate supplies of the flu vaccine. I want to strongly encourage the public to avail themselves of free flu vaccines as early as you can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I do move that the business of this House continue beyond 7 p.m.
Second that.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do continue beyond 7 p.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House will continue beyond 7 p.m. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fox Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking the Prime Minister for inviting me to accompany him to the IMF meeting in Washington, D.C., which will be held on Monday. And I'm sure it will be quite instructive and the exposure will do me good as the Prime Minister moves me along in his administration. So thank you, sir. Condolences to Mrs. Pearl Brennan and Dawn Bryce and family in Foxhill on the passing of their grandson and son, Daniel Bryce, this week. And also to let the Ferguson family, the family of Baron Ferguson, know that our prayers and support are with them, will be always with them. They are Congo Town people, grew up streets across from where I grew up, and so they are in our hearts. I'd like to also express condolences to Trevor Duncombe. He is one of the staff out there at Clifton Heritage National Park. We had a fantastic jazz festival at Clifton Heritage on Sunday. As the young people say, it was the lift. And this young man worked that festival Sunday night. And tragically, his 5-year-old daughter passed away just days after. So our hearts go out to you, Trevor. I would also like, where there's death, there's also celebration. In Foxhill, I'd like to say a belated happy birthday to Elder Miriam Roca, who turned 95. She's taught all of us. And whenever we misbehave in school, they like to say, I teach you ma, I teach you ma. So if they taught you ma, and they're teaching you so you know you have to behave. So Elder Roca, happy birthday. I'm almost done, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to Doris Johnson's volleyball team, first runner-up in the GSSA tournament. There's a lot of athletic talent in Foxhill, volleyball. And so, way to go, Mighty Marlins. Condolences also to Jenny Isaacs on the passing of her sister. I know she's just went tragically through the death of her cousin, former Chief Justice, and there is no sorrow that heaven cannot heal. I would also like to add my congratulations to St. Barnabas and to Pinewood. I attended both festivals, and I'm happy to see these things happening. Foxhill, of course, has the grand mummy of all festivals in New Providence, and I encourage St. Barnabas and Pinewood to keep on keeping on. Your festival will grow in time, and you know, wherever Foxhill can help, we will be willing to help, and we certainly will be there to support you. Finally, I would like to say to the staff at the Foxhill Community Center that the Cabinet has the paper on your remuneration, and that this will be brought to a conclusion in very short order. We understand the hardship, and it's not taken lightly. So in very short order, this situation will be resolved. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Further member statement. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, very briefly, I would like, for those of us who quite often go into the smoker's room and enjoy whatever is left there, to extend birthday greetings to Miss Irma Williams, who's celebrating her 79th birthday today.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Ms. Irma happens to be one of my most beloved constituents. and I enjoyed the first piece of cake today. Thank you very much. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me wholeheartedly thank the Cabinet of the Bahamas and all the colleagues who showed privately and openly great love and esteem for our musicians in this whole Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and also their personal regard by their tailor, who without their support we would not have been able to recognize him. I think it's very, very important, because sometimes people only see the hand that deliver the gifts and not realize those who help package it and make sure it's done.
And so we want to say a special thank you. I personally am aware of the positive sentiments that each of the cabinet ministers who would have had to make that decision feel towards Isaiah Taylor and indeed the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the world at large. So we thank you so much that we was able on the event of the Dennis Dane Pinewood Festival to honor Isaiah Taylor. History is made today. I was late in Parliament today. One of the initiatives I hope to bring in the community is to address those persons who were and would have been or are incarcerated when they find their way back into the community. As all of us know in leadership, you can't always lead with your heart. Things have to be done systematically. In lieu of that regard, we made history today in the Department of Correction. About 2 years ago, I presented the prison with a set of beehives. Had a long-term goal, and we were taking time out because that is the vision of the members here, not just Pinewood, because many of us go into school and teach. If Iron was here, I still see some of the postings because we decide that as members of Parliament, we're not going to be aloof, although we may be accused of it. You'd be surprised though how many of us take time and do these personal things. In this advent, it was taking the time to work with the inmates because the concern is just as our Prime Minister has bent over and beyond. I think it'll be hard to match what is being done by the cabinet and our leaders in terms of helping small business persons in the community and reaching down to the others. The concern is also with those, our residents who are currently housed at the Department of Corrections. So the time was taken to help to train them in ways in which they can make a living outside the prison, but also how they can make a living inside the prison. So today was the first time in the Department of Corrections history that they were able to produce and package honey that was produced in the prison, packaged in the prison, bottled it, in conjunction with BAMSI and Alive. We had commemorative bottles where the commissioner, everybody signed, they did cut comb, everything else. The pride and the excitement of the inmates to know that a member of the government takes time for them. And I say, this is what we do. Because everyone in this government, I dare also say, sincerely, even the opposition, we care about our country. And we care about everybody else. So I want to just acknowledge those persons there at the Department of Correction and just summarize by saying this. This is the intent stated, that when the inmates leave the prison, I want to see them leave with assets. Leave with assets. I've spoken with the commissioner on that. At least $5,000 worth of highs. I say, I'll show them how to do it. So they leave with assets. While they're in the prison, what they produce in their eatery is money for them. So they can leave with some monies. And while they're out there, they can make good monies. I've also made the further commitment that in my spare time, when I have opportunities, I will go into prison and they will do a work release with me personally, where I will take them out and we will go and do jobs once time allows, and we will share that money which will go into an account for you. I would love to see men, while they're on remand, to be able, when they hear their sons are back to school, to say, yeah, daddy may be in prison, but here's $100. There's something about manhood that must be reinforced even while people are incarcerated. And I end on this note. We in the F&M believe that wherever you are Bahamian. You may be paying your debts to society, but we still have a duty of care towards you. And as long as your heart is right and you're willing to achieve and follow the rules, society have rules. We are here for you. So I thank the Department of Corrections, and it's good to be a part of history that they're finally producing a new product. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wait a member statement. I just would like to end this segment by saying that I want to thank the people of the Nassau Village constituency, particularly at this Thanksgiving weekend. We're going to have a celebration where we're going to be recognizing and honoring the eldest male and female or oldest male and female in each of our 14 polling divisions. We have surprises for you. The event will be on Saturday, and so we are inviting all persons in the Nassau Village constituency to support our elders at Sadie Curtis on Saturday. Further announcements will be made in our WhatsApp group. Appointments of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marathon.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that at our next meeting, at the next meeting of this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, I intend to lay the following resolution. And with your indulgence, may I read it, Mr.
Yes, proceed.
The resolution reads as follows, Mr. Speaker, and members of this honorable place. Whereas the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Treasurer, a corporation sole established under Section 4, subsection 1 of the Ministry of Finance, Chapter 23, Statute Laws of the Bahamas, the Act, is seized in fee simple in trust for Her Majesty in right of her government of the said Commonwealth for public purposes of the hereditaments described in the schedule hereto, the hereditaments, and whereas the Treasurer has agreed to sell and the Minister responsible for housing, a corporation sole established under Section 3 of the Housing Act, Chapter 199, Statute Laws of the Bahamas, the purchaser has agreed to buy the hereditaments containing by ad measure 1 267 hundredths, 1.267 acres for an estate in fee simple, in possession for the nominal sum of $10 in the currency of the Commonwealth, the currency. And whereas, by Section 5, subsection 3A of the Act, the Treasurer shall not sell or make any other disposition of the fee simple of any land vested in her without the prior approval of both Houses of Parliament, signified by resolution thereof. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5, subsection 3A of the Act, this House approves the conveyance by the Treasurer to the purchaser of the hereditaments for the nominal sum of $10 in the currency. The schedule hereinbefore referred to, area equal 1.267 acres. All that piece, parcel, or lot of land contained by ad measure 1 267 hundredths, 1.267 acres, or thereabouts, as shown on Plan 2637 NP on record in the Department of Lands and Survey, situate at the southwest junction of Roma Street and Ambrister Street, formerly known as Reeves Street, in the island of New Providence, in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, abutting and bounding towards the north by Roma Street, towards the east by Ambrister Street, towards the south, partly by land now or formerly the property of the Ministry of Housing, and partly by land said to be the property of Mr. Sylvester Smith, towards the west, partly by land said to be the property of one Mr. Wallace, and partly by a 10-foot wide road reservation, or however else the same may abut and bound, which said piece, parcel, or lot of land is more particularly delineated and shown colored pink on the plan or area hereto annexed and marked. And there's a plan so annexed and marked and shaded pink, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the notice and resolution be brought up.
Mr. Speaker, I also would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
On that the resolution do lie on the table. Chair recognizes the honorable member from Marathon.
Mr. Speaker, the historicity of this occasion is not lost on me. This is the
what can I say? This is the second. I have to do one of those in 5 years, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly not rushing it. But Mr. Speaker, this is actually the second conveyance by the Treasurer to the Minister of Housing for the purposes of affecting the government's aggressive scheme in putting Bahamians in homes by way of service lots. This is the second one. This is the second one. And you will see with the third one, we will deliver to the Bahamian people beyond their wildest expectations the Carmichael village of 370 plus lots. After we get subdivision approval, because unlike the Christie Davis administration, we are concerned about subdivision approval. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we are in the process of rolling out the same in Abaco.
Come on now.
And in Abaco.
Yes, yes.
And I repeat, in Abaco. And of course, we will be in North Eleuthera, and we will be in North Andros. But Mr. Speaker, as I said, the reason why I'm standing, and I'm thank you so much to permit me to say these few words, is that the historical significance is not lost on me, because never before in the history of any government, but this people's government, has land been offered to the Bahamian people at this amount, $15,000. And guess what? Mr. Speaker, I want you to compare and contrast that. And I know my good friend Fig Zuma, who I've known for a long time, both of us had fairly successful television careers at one point. I think I did more shows than him, though, Mr. Speaker, so I'm much more familiar with a live mic. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying, I'll just point out one thing to you. The difference between this government, this people's government, and, of course, the Christie Davis administration, our predecessors, is this. And it's characterized by the Adastra Gardens, Adastra Village situation, where the lots in Adastra Gardens were sold at $165,000 plus with house, but they were actually valued at $135,000 with house. So there you see the dispensation where the people actually suffered from an overpriced product that was in some cases poorly constructed. And here we're saying is to avoid all of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Rob Abaco has given me my instructions. I am a creature of instruction. I beg you all leave and good night.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Exumas and Ragged Island, notices of future meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I renew all notices on behalf of Her Majesty's loyal opposition, and I will respond to the Minister of Housing next week.
Thank you, honorable members. Adjournment.
I renew all matters in the name of the government and do move.
Go on.
Yeah, and move that the House adjourns till 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 28th of November, 2018.
Second that, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House adjourn to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 28th of November, 2018. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose would stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House adjourns.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, 28th of November, 2018. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House now stands adjourned to the 28th of November, Wednesday at 10 a.m.